So, welcome to the LAAX Highline World Championship. We have here for you today the quarterfinals of the Speedline. On the line at the moment, we have Diego Soriano and Daniel Lurel. So, these competitors are the first ones up for the Speedline competition today, and they are getting ready to start. Oh, they both set off clean here, hoping for a good time. Looks like Diego's sneaking ahead with some consistency there, but Dan has incredible stride length. But the quick feet of Diego, look at that. So well poised. Such a beautiful backdrop. Dan looks like he's catching up. Can Diego keep his form? I think they're soon going to be coming to the finish. Oh, here comes Dan. Oh, Diego just takes it! Whew. I'm quite sure Diego got the win there, but that couldn't have been too much closer. Wowzers. Beautiful work there by the guys. So, we're actually at about 2,500 meters here, so the altitude is quite something for the athletes. We have acclimatized after a couple of days here, but it's still a lot more tiring being up in the mountains than it is. But as highliners, up in the sky is our preferred place. So this is the Speedline finalist grid we've got for you today. We just saw Diego and Daniel. That is their first round. So it's best of 3, so if Diego can take the next one, he will be going through to the next round. We've got some incredibly fast walkers for you today. I really cannot describe how quick Vidal is. If you haven't seen him before, to see him live is really something. To walk in 34 seconds, we have seen him go even faster. So if you stick around to watch Vidal, it is an amazing feat. Also, Benoit is close behind there, and Sascha's also got some quick legs in the tank there, so yeah. As you can see, Daniel just got taken by Diego, so as you can see, anything can happen. There's often just a few seconds in it. So the athletes are now going back to their second start point. So as you can see there, we've got our beautiful H frame, classically an A frame. That was actually built for the snowboard world championships as a measurement for how high the athletes go. So we are utilizing that piece of equipment. And yeah, these high lines do still feel high because we're up in the mountains, but yes, they are technically midlines. We had our riggers putting up the A-frame for a few days and it is beautifully equalized and stable. One of the nicest A-frames I've ever seen put up, but we're calling it our H-frame. So I'd just like to say thanks again to LAAX for hosting us for this event, as well as the GALAAXY Hotel. It's a beautiful place to be with 360 views of the mountains in Switzerland. And thanks again to Swiss Slackline for organising this event. Couldn't have happened without them. They've put in hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of organisation so athletes can come from around the world to show off the high level of slackline evolution that's happening. So it looks like our athletes are getting ready. It's best of 3, so hopefully we get one more if Daniel takes it. And as you can see, that last round was particularly close. And they're off. Looks like a strong start from both competitors there. It's hard to see who's up in front, but Daniel looks like he had a very strong start. Both smiling away there. Gotta love it. So from the camera angle it looks like Diego's a little bit ahead, but I can't be sure until they come to 90 degrees. Yeah, looks like Daniel's got some catching up to do. Oh yeah, Diego's ahead, but here comes Dan. Could it be closer? Come on guys! I think Daniel just took that with the quick steps at the end. I think that has got to be a video finish right there. I mean, wow. I personally think Dan took it. What do you think? Please leave us a comment. Who do you think took that? Did Dan get the line first, or was Diego over the red tape first? I think Daniel took it. Yeah, a proper showman there. So if you haven't seen Dan perform before, I thoroughly recommend it. He is a true artist that plays all kinds of musical instruments on the line. And as you can see, he couldn't be more at home on a high line there. Always a happy man, super creative. Such a pleasure. So I think we're waiting for our decision from the judges. I'm sure Dan's going to be happy either way, but it looks like he's heading back because he did take it. Good to see. So hopefully our cameramen can, show you some different angles of this beautiful place. We are so lucky to be up here in the Swiss Alps. We've got competitors from all around the world. Organisation has happened from almost, all angles of the globe. That we've got judges from Chile, France, Canada, all looking out for our athletes in a non-biased way, which is great. Look at that quick step there from Diego. So, today we've got the athletes walking on Slacktivity Y2K. Even though it's only 100 meters, we've put some pink tube into the line for a little bit of extra dynamics. So at the anchor we have pink tube so that we've got more dynamic on the dyneema. And I'd like to thank Slacktivity for providing the webbing for this event, as they've been supporting the community for so many years and continue to do so. So thank you to Slacktivity. And Sam Vollery, we had his birthday yesterday. Do go give him some love if you forgot his birthday, as true legend in the slackline community. So Daniel did definitely take that last round there. And we have the best of 3 coming up. Super exciting. As you can see where the camera angle is, it's not too obvious to the last second who's really ahead, but I think Dan just powered through with the last few steps as he can to take it at the very last second. So who's gonna take it? Exciting. So our athletes are getting a little break here, as tiring walking Speedline if you haven't tried. I personally was always a slow walker before, and getting into Speedlining has definitely improved my enjoyment of slacklining, as it's very exciting when you start to learn to walk quick. It feels dodgy at first for me personally, but as you calibrate, it starts to become more comfortable taking falls while speed walking. And great fun. If you haven't tried it, definitely recommend, as it's a whole new way to slackline trying to speed walk. So our competitors are getting ready. Oh, and if you didn't know, this is Charles Chater on the mic here. The slackline community generally knows me as Chill. And I hope we've got lots of people tuned in. Do feel free to leave a comment on the YouTube if you want to interact. We will be looking at comments and replying over the day. We're going to have athletes from all around the world joining in on the commentary as well. So you should be hearing from lots of friends. And we're going to have a great day here up in LAAX. We've got an action-packed day full of all kinds of slacklining for you. And they're off. Looks like Dan had a quicker start there, so he might be ahead. Though Diego seems to have such a strong, consistent walk. I'm so impressed with his posture on the line. Head alignment is exceptional. It doesn't look like he has any sort of wobbles. Really got that Gibbon style about him with those quick feet. But Dan is so strong with those big strides and quick reactions. Oh, who is ahead? It looks like Dan's pulling it at the last second. Come on, Diego. What's going to happen? Can he? No, that's Dan all the way. As you can see there, Diego pushed to take a leash fall at the last second. We did actually have quite a few leash falls yesterday at the very last meter or two before the tape. As the athletes really are pushing here. I mean, they look stable, but they are on their limit. So I'm sure you'll see some leash falls at the heartbreaker zone, which can make The speed walk head-to-head's even more exciting when someone takes a fall at the last second. Well played. To our winner there, Dan. Happy man. Good work. There we can see beautiful bit of love there from Benoit, one of the fastest walkers in the game. And Vidal, if you haven't seen that man walk, you definitely need to. It is like lightning. So Daniel's through to the next round. I wonder who his next competitor will be. Super exciting to see. So, as I mentioned, we're going to have some people joining us today. And I've just had one of my favourite humans step into the room. So we have the magical man stepping up to the mic. Yo Bear.
How's it going, Chill?
It's going pretty well, Yo Bear. We just had an exceptional little race there. Did you see it live and then come down here?
I saw what you were doing. I checked the stream for a bit.
Beautiful.
I'm excited to come watch some slacklining.
Yeah. I mean, I think we've got it here in higher definition than live.
Ooh.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, the camera quality is...
It's nice and shiny.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with our media guys sorting this out. They did, I think, as much rigging as we did for this event. I think they've got as much cable as we do webbing up here, so thanks for all your hard work, guys.
Yeah, amazing. Oh, what a beautiful day out here in LAAX, eh?
Oh, it is just magical up here. The water, the air, couldn't be fresher in Switzerland. They've definitely got it good.
You just mentioned how strenuous speedlining is, but especially out here in the full sun, it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Going out there.
And the altitude as well, our athletes are having to adapt to that as it's,
oh, man.
It's definitely a different game, isn't it?
100%. Just being out there, just even walking up a stair, doing some juggling, you instantly notice you get winded a lot faster.
So we just had Daniel walk up into the room. Well played.
How's it going?
What a nice run.
Thanks, dude.
Looks amazing.
Super stoked on that, buddy.
Yeah, me too. I'm pretty stoked.
That was such good finish there on the second race. I mean, I could barely breathe.
The second race was super close.
Yeah. It looked like you just pulled it at the last second from this camera angle. I'm looking forward to you seeing it because it makes it look really interesting.
Nice,
great.
You could barely breathe. I wasn't breathing.
Holding his breath all the way. All right.
Love it. But yeah, Diego definitely did well. I'm impressed with that man's posture, I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's an exceptional stance he's
very
got there.
steady.
Yeah.
Like, very fast and steady.
You know
Dan's taken the
slow and
huge
steady
strides.
wins the race.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, those long legs of yours, Dan,
Yeah.
they are something else.
I've been growing these legs especially for today.
Specially grown, wow.
Homegrown even, I would say.
Homegrown.
Oh, yeah.
Must be some organic, homegrown legs then.
So as you can see there, our athletes are having a play on the trampoline because they can, working on those new tricks for the freestyle lines, I'm sure. But of course, safety first, spotting.
Oh,
Very nice, very nice. So the weird thing for us about highlining is, I mean, everyone thinks it's dangerous, but it's exceptionally safe.
It's so much more safe than people think when they see you out there on the line over a cliff, or, you know, they think, oh my God, what's happening? But it's totally true. I mean, if you're there on the trampoline,
I would say the trampoline's more dangerous.
Yeah.
Hence why we're using spotters, because we fall into the leash and
Yeah.
there's nothing but the air and
spot us.
maybe the leash to get slightly tangled in, but as you fall, you get
Yeah.
used to getting out of the way of it. And
Definitely.
yeah, highlining is one of the safest activities I think I've ever done. But yeah, we can fall into the leash and it's just a nice little mini bungee, isn't it?
Definitely. I would reckon, though, that especially a lot of this high-level trick lining has a bit more wrapping potential and getting tangled and hung, but
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen some brutal whippers in
gnarly
highlining
stuff,
freestyle.
yeah.
I think you admittedly do need to be an athlete to take
Yeah.
some of the G-forces of those whips.
Oh,
Yeah,
totally.
there's definitely some blood included when you get it wrong and the line rips you open a little bit. But yeah, apart from that, I think that the highlining,
Yeah.
if you just fall into the leash, it couldn't really be safer with our backups and everything.
Absolutely.
It works rather nicely. So we've just had Diego step into the room. Can I get some quick comments on how was that for the race today?
How was what?
How was your race today? If you're close.
Oh, yeah, it was amazing. Like, I love the racing with Dan. Like, he's a really good friend of mine, and yeah, pretty close. At the end, he got me, and I'm really happy for him because now I'm interested to race again.
So they both walked into the room looking like they've been 10 rounds in a fight. They are both sweaty and tired and breathing hard still, even 5 minutes after. Shows the intensity of speedlining.
But still a big smile on the faces, though, so
Oh, of course.
that's great to see always. It's all good vibes out here.
And yeah, Diego, exceptional posture. I love your stance and your high arms. It looks so solid.
Yeah.
I think Daniel's just got you on the big strides. But the quick
Huge
V.
steps.
Yeah. But yeah, it looks so solid you're walking. Really good head alignment, excellent work. Definitely a good study for my own personal speedlining
Speedlining
hopes.
venture. Yeah.
I used to be one of the slowest walkers I think ever, but I finally actually started speeding up. And yeah,
Nice.
definitely found some enjoyment in it. So lots of respect for you guys and your times.
That's great.
Nice, thanks guys.
So we've got our next round here. Ramun and Sascha stepping up.
Cleaning up the line there, nice and stylish, crouching down to pull the loops out. Gotta love that.
So I'm not sure what's going on here, but Sascha seems to have one sock on and one sock off.
Yeah,
I'm not.
me neither.
Have we got a new slide line style from Sascha here? Do you know what the sock is about?
He hurt his foot.
Ah, so he's cut his foot, so he's having to go one sock on. I'm actually a bit of a weirdo that I like slacklining socks.
You're a sock guy.
I'm a sock guy, yeah.
Oh.
I personally like a little bit of slide on the line. As you can see there, though, it's
Yeah.
not so easy. You had a misstep there from Sascha with the sock slide. I like it for my dance moves, personally.
Yeah, right. It's nice to slide around. So I'm guessing you don't have little rubber or some grippy stuff on there.
No.
It's
I like
pure
the
slide.
full slide, and yeah,
Amazing.
makes it a bit more exciting. But
Nice.
yeah, one sock on. I think that's going to be interesting for Sascha.
I think the real risk with the socks is that your line will just slip if you stand on the backup.
Yeah.
Already the backup, when you stand on it, it can slip and you can just throw you off balance, you miss your step. And now with the sock, it adds this extra level of unpredictability.
Yeah, totally. Are we still?
We are still live, yeah.
Ah, okay. I heard that. All right.
So we have Sascha and
Ramun getting ready.
Ready.
See if the slide works out.
Yeah. I'm excited for the sock on.
Totally.
Sock off steps here. It's going to make it even more exciting. So we've got one from Switzerland here, and Sascha's from Germany. I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure, yeah.
No, give me 99% sure.
Oh.
So we've got Sascha, a rad slacklines athlete, promoting his company there in his t-shirt.
Logo on front, ready to go.
Good to see him having a boogie.
Little stretchy stretch.
I think he was even having a little bit of a record up there. Sadly, we had Sascha step out of the Highline Freestyle competition because he's actually got a broken finger.
Really?
Yeah, so if you look there on his left hand, he's kind of evened up the sock thing with a...
Oh yeah, right.
I mean, that shows the safety of slacklining, really, that someone's even happy to do speed walking.
Yeah, totally.
Because he knows he can just fall into the leash.
It's no problem.
It's perfectly safe, so yeah.
Totally.
It shows how he can trust the
Yeah.
leash and trust the safety of falling into the air.
Trust your equipment and, you know, it's all good. Yeah.
And they are off. So it looks like Ramun had a slightly stronger start there than Sascha, but Sascha's walking style is just so speedy. It looks like he's taking it easy at the start, making sure, but I'm sure those quick steps are going to start to come in, as he is a little twinkle toes of a walker there.
It's hard to see who's ahead from this perspective.
Yeah, but we'll switch to the side angle soon, I'm sure. Oh, Ramun looks like he is behind a little bit, but those strong legs could bring him forward. Oh, we've got a catch! And Sascha's got a little bit of extra safety room there. Taking it slower, I think, but still trying to get a good time. Sock's not going to stop him. Coming up to the tape at the last second with that beautiful backdrop. Well done, Sascha. Well played.
Crowd goes wild.
Whoop, 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 whoop. So a slightly easy win there for Sascha with a catch thrown in. As I mentioned, anything can happen in Speedline. And that was just a catch. If he'd taken a leash fall, it can be even worse.
Yeah. But everything's possible to change in the next round.
As you can see, we had the last round Diego taking it, but he did not follow through with the win.
Exactly. Alright.
So, Yobert, what is your favourite thing about slacklining?
I mean, my favourite thing about slacklining, I would say, is definitely the community and the whole just, however, right away from the start, just getting welcomed into such a lovely group of people. My favourite form of slacklining, I would definitely say, is rodeo line.
Ooh, yeah. Fair.
Nice, loose,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. So a rodeo line, if you're not aware, is a super slack style of slackline where it has absolutely no tension at all. Often the anchors are higher than the walker's head, and it means you can surf and play, and it's kind of like the feeling of a much longer line, but with a short piece of webbing. Makes it easy to rig anywhere, and
Totally.
low tension, low risk.
Easy to rig, it's very portable, it's just a good time, really. Yeah.
And definitely helps for then even walking bigger lines like this if you get comfortable on a rodeo. So
Totally.
if you haven't tried it, great way to train.
I spent my first 3... slacklining, just audio lining, because I come from a and I know that, you know, from back then I thought looser the harder, but
yeah, I do agree with you, Yoba.
yeah, and whenever I was on the, you know, 3 months of rodeo lining, and then getting into the long lines, it's a lot of skill transfer from getting from rodeo to long lines. A lot of lessons you learn out of the small rodeos you can take to the long lines. So I always encourage people, especially beginners, to try the rodeos, because it's just such a good way if you don't have much gear to learn a lot.
Am I live? So, we had some slight technical difficulties there, so we've just had to switch around the rigging a bit. Sorry for the break there. But as you could see, we still had the race up live, and Sascha took it again. Best of 2 for 2 for the young man there. Even with his sock game and the broken finger, he's still one of the speediest in the game. So, we've got another guest come in here, one of our most experienced slackliners. I think he's one of the only people that I can say has been slacklining for longer than me, so welcome Joshi.
Hello, hello. Yes, I started quite a long time ago. To be honest, I was staying like the first years only on a beginner line on the ground. It took me about 7 years to finally step up on a high line, but since then I'm loving it and yeah, doing as much as possible.
It is great to have you in the community, Joshi. I think you're one of our most talented humans, as not only a brilliant athlete but also a brilliant engineer. Brought to the game some of the most useful tools we've got in the slackline world. I have been waiting for a long time for an adjustable web lock, and Joshi made it with the orange. If you haven't seen it before, it's a brilliant piece of equipment, and also the Slack Friend. And that's a smaller version of the orange that's great for rodeo lines. So can I quickly ask you why you produced these wonderful bits of kit, Josh?
Well, I had like this idea 4 years ago to produce like another weblog, which is like solving a few issues which weblogs have nowadays, that you cannot release them, and also like the slippage issue got fixed. So if you have like a normal line and you're bouncing on it, it's like the webbing is slowly slipping out of the weblog, and normally you can solve this with like a knot in the end, but yeah, now with the orange you actually don't need to do this knot anymore, and you keep your rig a bit cleaner.
I do love a bit of clean rigging, so thank you, Joshi. We've pretty much got all oranges on the freestyle lines for maximal adjustability, and on the freestyle lines it is so useful to be able to move the rig, as we've got a bounce trick zone in the middle. We've been able to tweak them to exactly where we want. So we've just had our winner step into the room. Sascha, do you want to step up to the mic and give us a little bit about how that went for you? I love the one sock game. Well played, sir.
Yes, it was really fun. I was super nervous in the beginning, and yeah, I couldn't go also full speed. I was just like trying to be in front of him, and just like when I saw I was in front of him, I was like slowing down also a little bit again, just to make sure that I don't fall. Because yeah, as long as I'm in front of him and I don't fall, I should win. And yeah, this was my strategy now, and it worked out.
It looked like a very clean win to me. I'm intrigued, though. What was the reason for the sock exactly? I heard rumours, but what was the reason for the sock?
Yeah, the line, the Dyneema webbing is quite sharp, and since I have like a quite weird speed walking style, what is like so like going with my toes, walking inside kind of, that I'm easier catching the line, and yeah, like this I cut open a little bit my foot at the side at the first training day, so now I had to protect it somehow, and I did the sock.
I do think it's a particularly interesting style there with the inside feet. That, yeah, I want to elaborate on this, but first we have Benoit and Augustin stepping up for the next round. Benoit is one of our fastest Frenchmen, and Augustin, although lives in France, is technically a Canadian. So, is France against Canada coming up? And it looks like our athletes are ready. And they're off. Looked like a clean mount from both people though. Augustin's got a bit of bounce to deal with. Benoit's steps so quick there. Augustin looks like he's keeping up well, but Benoit's running style of speed walking is definitely hard to match. Augustin has got to be one of the strongest competitors though, so you never know what could happen. As Benoit's so quick, he does occasionally make a misstep, and that can result in fall, but I mean, look at that. He is basically running through the sky there. Beautiful work, unstoppable, and he's got the finish. You could see there though, that level of quickness does bring some wobbles to it. Well done though, Benoit. And Augustin crossing the line now. I'd be interested to see what that time was there from Benoit, as that looked particularly quick. What did you think about the walk, Sascha?
It looked amazing. And yeah, I probably have to go against Benoit next. So I'm, yeah, kind of afraid. No, but yeah, he's super fucking fast. Will be interesting.
So, can we go back to your walking style, Sascha? Because I'm intrigued. We've got all kinds of quick stepping and all kinds of feet positions out of our speed walkers. Can I ask why you've gone for the instep style of walking?
Yes, I think, like, for example, Benoit, we saw, like, he is going a little bit outside. Vidal also, like, the most people who speedline do the outside style, but I think it's just how your feet are naturally. If they're like more a little bit inwards, I think it's easier to go inwards, and I think my feet are going a little bit more inwards naturally than outside, and yeah, so I think most people have like more outside, and then it's more it's better for them to go with outside feet, but for me.
To be honest, I think it is one of my favorite things about slacklining, that everyone seems to have their own individual style. That as you kind of get to know your slackline friends, you can almost spot them from a mile away by just like those little arm movements and stuff, that everyone's got a bit of personality in the way they choose to balance, and it's all to do with their body mechanics and what works for them. It's such a young sport, we don't really know what is the best way, so everyone's kind of doing their own thing. So love to see you doing your own thing, Sascha. So how is the finger, and how long do you think you'll be off before you're freestyling again?
Yeah, the finger is getting slowly better. It's broke like 4 weeks ago or something. And yeah, I have now 1 more week, then I get like the wires out what are inside now. And then I'm allowed to start moving my finger again. So I guess then that I can freestyle really, it's like in maybe 2 or 3 weeks I think I'm able to freestyle again, and I'm super excited for it.
Beautiful. Well, I'm very happy to hear you'll be back to it soon. As I love to watch you freestyle. It's such a cool style you got. So we've had Ramun step into the room. Can I have a quick conversation with you about your walk? It looked like, yeah, the young pup just got you with his quick steps. But yeah, those were some strong legs I saw strolling there. How was it for you?
For me, actually, I was pretty nervous, to be honest, that for sure. And it was a great experience. It's my first championship ever in any sport. And I like to feel the pressure of just coming now with the level that you're actually used to walk. It's quite difficult for me, and yeah, as I told, super nice experience. And Sascha is fucking fast, so he deserved it.
He is indeed. And we've got 2 quick men about to step up again. Who is going to take it? Anything can happen in this. Looks like we had a strong start from Benoit there. He's got such a quick little mount with no shakes and bounce. It shows how much time he's put into Speedline. But it looks like Augustin's keeping well with that crazy speed of Benoit. Augustin definitely needs to keep the pressure on, as if he can, I think Benoit could have a fall. He's so clean, but he pushes it to the limit, so I have seen him take some falls. Will we see one today, or is he just running through the sky? Oh, it's beautiful to see, and clean as can be. Beautiful salutes to the crowd. I love the open style shirt steez he's got there. Brings a bit of drama to the speed walk. Woo! Well played, Benoit. And Augustin has crossed the line. Still very quick, but that running style is hard to keep up with. How long have you been practicing your speed work?
Now I'm highlining and slacklining since basically 4 years, and I actually fell in love with speed through the flow it gives you, or you're able to reach a super nice meditative flow in the speeds, in the movement, and that was actually what I fell in love with. And yeah, now here I'm on a competition, but I never actually trained for such styles. For the sprints, I like long lines, but yeah, it shows how big the difference are, and it also shows, like as Benoit shows it perfectly, the training. You see the movements are just studied, yeah, there's analytics behind it from the athlete, and I feel motivated to go more for more training, more specific training for this kind of competition.
Me, myself, indeed. I used to hate speed walking. It felt just weird to me to try and walk so quickly and possibly miss a foot and take an uncontrolled fall. But I learned as you keep on practicing it, like all types of highline, it feels awkward when you push it. But as you kind of get used to missing falls, you learn, oh, I can just fall into the leash and it's perfectly safe. So I also have been getting into that flow state while speed walking, and I'm surprised I used to be so slow, but now I'm yeah, maybe a little bit above average on speed walking. I think I can walk this in a bit under a minute. So yeah, I'm excited to explore speed walking as well, because the flow state you get into on a slack line is just, it's amazing to be that much in the moment, isn't it? And I think that's what we all love as slackliners.
And that, what you say now, is actually the thing. I mean, to reach the flow state under pressure on a competition, this is the key. And actually here you can see who has experience, is a good athlete. To come here, staying under pressure in front of a camera and saying, okay, now it's my time, and now I go with everything. And this is the flow. Flow is key.
Yeah, it is a different ball game up here with the pressure. One, you've got the altitude. Two, you've got the competition. And then three, you've got the cameras. You know this is going live. So yeah, I completely understand that pressure. I've had some competitions similarly in the past. And yeah, if you can get into that flow state with all that pressure, I think it's one of the most magical feelings a human can have, where you really find out what you're made of. So yeah, I've got a lot of respect for that as well. And yeah, I just think it's amazing with slacklining that it feels so inherently dangerous to be up in the sky and exposed, and there is that natural pressure that we have to become accustomed to. It's like reprogramming a survival instinct almost, that we're inherently afraid of heights. Even though I'm very conditioned, I'm still afraid of heights, and we all should be. But recondition yourself, it's like it feels like evolution to me. What about you, Ben?
Absolutely agree. I mean, it's a journey that you take on the line, and everybody has his personal journey. And yeah, in a competition format, there is the line is it gives you as a like the rules are clear. You can choose what you're gonna do now. It's like this moment I have to deliver, and this is the thing that we all have to handle about. And now we see here Vidal and Joshi going out to the lines and starting warming up it, and that's gonna be an interesting battle as well. Joshi can be super fast. I know it's for sure hard to match up with Vidal, that's obvious, but he's a strong slackliner in general, and I admire at him that he's doing everything basically, from big lines to long lines, rodeo lines, speed lines, freestyle lines. He's an overall talent, and Vidal is just a specific machine on speed. And yeah, never forget that those athletes who take part, they are very multi-talents actually. They practice a lot of different sports, and this is one short view that we got from them.
I completely agree with you. Vidal, it's just... I still can't believe it. I mean, Benoit, as we just saw, also has that running style, but Vidal seems to have found a slightly different kind of running monster inside, where, it's going to be hard to compete with. But we have here the man that really has the capability to compete. How do you feel standing up to Vidal, Benoit?
It's thrilling. Like, there is not so much people that does Speedline in the world, and one of the fastest guy I know is Vidal, and he's from Brazil. It's a huge chance to compete against him today. I'm really happy to meet him in real and to have the opportunity to push my limit against him. I really wish I made it to the final against him.
Yeah, I am super excited to see. But in speedlining, anything can happen. I mean, with this quick step that has to happen with this running style, we do see these athletes, even though extremely pristine walking, the slightest slip and it can equal a fall. So Joshi definitely has a chance against Vidal. I think any of the athletes do here have a chance, but he has a different style of, if he misses a step, that he actually drops into Korean and then it seems to bounce back to his feet in no time at all. So that's why I see Vidal as a specifically difficult competitor. But I think Benoit really does have a chance, as he is one of the speediest men on the planet. So we've got Vidal there on the right and Joshi on the left, showing some love there. Always lovely to see.
It's not showing love, it's just making the feet wet so they don't burn when you're speeding.
Love it. I swear we literally need to get Vidal a Flash costume, but in Brazilian colours. Because when he goes, it's like, he is a absolute machine. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. If you haven't seen Vidal live, it is something to tune into. I cannot believe it. You don't really get the idea over Instagram of like how consistent it is or whatnot, but this is real and live, so you see what the man is capable of. Augustin has also stepped into the room here. We can get his opinion on the speed walking. As one of the most experienced slackliners in the game, it's always nice to get the perspective. And we are starting here. Competitors ready. And they're off. And Vidal goes straight into that quick step, even at the twitchy anchor. Joshi had a good start, but with a little bounce, you can see that intensity of competing against someone that just runs. Look at those legs go. And it's just so poised there from Vidal. Yoshi's looking strong with the arms. But as you can see, Vidal's consistency is just hard to deal with. Be interested to know what this time is. It looks like he's almost on his calm, speedy walk, so he can't make a mistake there. As I've seen him run a lot faster, I'm interested to know what time he got there. What do you think, Augustin? What time do you think that was from Vidal?
It looks like in 40 seconds roughly. It's a time I'm completely not able to get. If I wanted, like, if Joshi wants to beat Vidal or if I want to beat Benoit, it's not just, since it's best of 3, it's not just luck, it's a lot of luck.
Yeah, I think everyone's got to be lucky against Vidal, as the consistency of his quick step is something. Yeah, it feels almost mutant to me. I've been trying to study it, and I think it's a lot to do with his head alignment over the line, that he keeps his head so perfectly poised that he can just basically run with little arm adjustments to keep the alignment over the line all the time. So even if there's a slight misstep, he can just power on through it. What do you think, Benoit, as an experienced speed walker? What do you think gives Vidal his consistency and speed?
When you speedline, arms are just like the cherry over the cake. You don't really need them. What's really important is the core center of the abs. You have to contract the whole body, and all the control have to come from the hips. The movement comes from the hips, and the feet are following under it, basically. So yeah, the arms are here just for the slight adjustment, but most of the balance is done from the core center and the hips.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking, that you break at the hips and the head goes. And yeah, keeping the head central the whole time, as you can see Vidal taking it easy. There's that little movement, but when he speed walks, there's just an arrow-like stance.
It's like riding a bicycle. If you go faster, somehow it becomes easier as well, because you have like some movement forward, and the point of speedline is never stop. Even if you're a bit off balance, keep going on, and the forward movement will realign you.
That's good to know. Maybe I'm just not trying hard enough. So we've got the monkeys in the background having a little play. As you know, we like all kinds of games, from juggling to acro to kendama. Slacklining is so much about the community and just enjoying playing. So it looks like they're having a quick break. I'd like to ask you guys, other than slacklining, what other things do you like to do?
I like to do climbing sport, hiking, a lot of bicycle trip as well. But yeah, mostly focus on highline and big long line.
Yeah, it's a bit the same, climbing, alpinism in general. I like alpine highlines as well. And yeah, just started going into really big lines now. And I'm wondering, Benoit, do you think it's very different technique when you go fast on big lines, because you cannot be contracted the whole time? If it's a 15-minute walk or longer, do you have a different technique to walk fast for the long line?
Yeah, so let's precise here. This is the line. The line is 100 meter long, and we are running on 60 meters. So this is really short for highline, let's say. This is equivalent to sprint. What I like to do is to run on big line, and when I say big, it's like above hundreds of meters, so above 400, 500, maybe even 900 meters and more. And yeah, as Augustin said, it's hard to keep focus, and really sprinting for such a distance, it's impossible to keep the pace. Well, I wouldn't say impossible, but it's really like hard to maintain this speed on such big distance. So you kind of have to reduce the speed and enter in such a flow state where you really disconnect everything. Your vision becomes sort of blurry. You look a bit forward, like 30 meters in front of you, without really focusing on anything. And it's just like the feet are rolling under you. Sometimes I have the feeling that almost like a train on a rail track.
I love that analogy there. You are like a train on a rail track, buddy. Choo choo! And the Sen trains here are coming up again. So we've got the next round here for Joshi and Vidal. Can Joshi stand up to the speed? Be interesting to see. And they are off. Another clean start from Vidal, straight into that quick step. It looks like Joshi got a cleaner start that time. Pushing his legs as quickly as he can. And there we're seeing that core engagement, a little shake from Vidal, but he's so quick to keep that alignment just like an arrow. as you say, he gets on that send train and just such quick steps coming through, pushing. The leash is almost left behind for dead. And another clean walk from Vidal. You can see the intensity though with that sit down at the end there, that he is still pushing to make sure he has that advantage. What did you think about that race, guys?
That was super clean from Vidal. And his strength relies on being able to stand up and directly reaching his fast pace almost in no time. Well, for me, I tend to stand up, walk a few steps, and then accelerate progressively to reach my maximum speed. And Vidal, he's almost directly at his maximum speed after 1 or 2 meters. And that's insanely strong from him.
Yeah, that's something I can't really understand. When he stands up, it's like he's shot out of a catapult. At the anchor to walk that quick and consistent is just, I'm so impressed with it. What's your feelings on that race, Augustin?
Well, Vidal obviously, we expected him to win a bit, but Joshi didn't do bad either. He was, it's still a very strong pace. If you've never been on a slackline, it's like walking this fast on a slackline. Usually you just take a step every 3 seconds. They're taking 3 steps per second.
It does make it difficult to compute how, Joshi is walking incredibly quickly there, but Vidal has kind of pushed to a level that, he has kind of breaking the speed barrier in slacklining and showing us there's another level. We're lucky to have Benoit here who, for many years was the guy doing that. And then there were rumors of this guy in Brazil that was just walking at an incredible pace. And to see him live, and it really is a treat. I can't wait to see if Benoit can find that next level as well. What do you think are your chances in the finals against him? Well, if you get to the finals. I'm confident for you, but what do you think?
Well, as you say, for a long time, most of the people would say, Benoit, you're the fastest in the world. And I was like, no, guys, there is one guy far away which is faster. And I say he doesn't speak English very well, and he's from Brazil, from very far away, and so not much people knew him. But it's really a super challenge to compete against him. And during the training, he was faster, but only a few seconds faster, and he also falls. So it comforts me that he's still a human, and there might be some chance to beat him. So it's World Championship, everything can happen. He's faster on the paper, but let's see on the line.
So you can see there from Vidal, his best time was 34 seconds. So you are only 5-ish seconds behind, and if he does have a fall, anything can happen. And how many seconds more do you think you can pull out of the tank, Benoit?
During the training, I managed to get to 33, and he managed to get to 30, 31. So there was only like 2 or 3 second differences. But as I said, this is training, and the training and qualification are always very different. And with like battle format like here, everything is much more in the pressure and about not falling. And it's not like, okay, I fall, I can do it again and try again. It's like only one run, one go. And it's this one that you have to push everything.
Well, anything can happen with the pressure of competition. It definitely is a different beast. Having cameras on you, having not all of the best, but many of the best slackliners around watching as well, ups the pressure too, I think, for everyone. And it's beautiful to have it shared live. So thank you, LAAX, for putting us up in this beautiful mountain resort and bringing everyone together. It helps slacklining a whole lot. And we are going to be taking a short break briefly so we can recalibrate and look forward to bringing you more of the Speedline Highline World Championship soon. And next we will be taking a break. Thanks for listening. See you soon. Got some beautiful views for you coming up. Here we've got a live drone shot. And we are back, heading into the semi-finals here. And as you can see, we've got 360 views here of some beautiful mountains. We've got all kinds of camera angles coming up for you. And some of the fastest walkers in the world. I can just about see Benoit heading over to the other side there. He is up against Sascha Grill. And we have Benoit Broom. We've got Sascha representing Germany. And Rad Slacklines. And Benoit representing France. We've got competitors from all over the world here. Also, Vidal from Brazil. And Daniel from Belgium. Up first, our competitors, Sascha and Benoit. This is going to be a close one. As you can see, the speed walking can result in a fall, as Benoit practicing that quick step. So, if you don't know me, I'm Charles Chater, known in the slackline community generally as Chill or Chill Bear, and we have another bear of a human joined us, the Yo Bear, one of the most cuddly community members we have, which is one of my favorite things about the slackline community, is all of the cuddly humans. So Yo Bear, who do you think is going to take the next round?
It's a hard one. I mean, Benoit's second place in the qualifiers, but Sascha's been doing great today. He's been socking it on, you know, very fast. So let's see. I mean, it's going to be a good race to watch, definitely.
I am excited to see, indeed. Both competitors taking their little break there. Sascha doesn't look... Oh no, there's that little smile. I think he's probably worrying about the sun in the eyes, thinking maybe I should have been wearing a hat along with my sock and handguard game. Personally, I find it a lot more difficult to walk into the sun, which, yeah, really makes a difference on the visuals, as a lot of slacklining, knowing where your balance is in space, is your reference points around you, which is why highlining is so much harder, because the ground reference point is taken away. So you've got to really kind of evolve to know where your body is in space, and this comes with training and time, and we also practice with our eyes closed to help this also. Is that one of your favourite training methods, Yoba? Do you do much blind lining?
I love blind lining, especially surfing on rodeos and surfing on lines, like high lines. It's such a great exercise to do that blind, because you really learn to feel instead of to watch. And I think that's really important, to really be in touch with all of the information that you're getting, because as you just described, you just have less out there. So you really have to learn to listen to everything that's happening.
Yeah, it helps bring me into the flow state. Closing your eyes, kind of, you almost get taken to a mystical place, like highlining so often does. And it looks like our athletes are getting ready. Both got a similar mount stance there. They both got a really quick start on them. Both experienced speedliners. Though Sascha's got the advantage of youth, Benoit has the advantage of experience. And that is a quick start there from Sascha. A little bit of bounce to control. And we're following with the drone. I'm loving it. Oh, it looks like Sascha's got a little bit of an advantage. Can Benoit pull it in? Look at the speed shown there. Sascha's got some strong walking. Oh no, he's taken a fall. And that's what can happen when you're pushing it to the limit. Benoit's got that advantage now coming through. It looks like he's going to be hard to stop with those quick, strong steps. Little bit of a wiggle there. But coming up to the red tape, is he going to pass the heartbreak? And he's through clean. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if Sascha hadn't have taken a tumble, but yeah, he got up quick. That's still impressive to recover that quickly, but yeah, a fall really can change the game for anyone there, as you can see.
I think it's for the athletes, a big challenge is to find the right balance between like really trying to aggressively push for speed and trying to stay calm and stable. I think the right balance to know, you have to be in control, or do I fight a bit more and let go a bit more? It's such an interesting thing to see out there on the lines. See how the athletes treat that. Yeah, that's a real, I don't know, something I find so fascinating about seeing these guys out there. There goes Benoit with the stylish hat. I've heard rumours out there that the hat's not just for the sun, but it's giving him some aerodynamic advantage. And what do you think about that, Chill?
I think if you put him in a wind tunnel, the shirt and the hat would be an aerodynamic disadvantage, personally. But I think it's a Steez advantage. That does he look good when he walks? 100%. I love watching that man cruise.
Maybe he's accounting for a backwind, though. You never know. It's just like a big sail.
It could be. It could be. I mean, with a backwind, yeah. No, I think you could be onto something there. Maybe that could be the future of speedlining with a kite line.
Well, we'll have to ask the man himself later to find out. But yeah, he's definitely looking stylish out there, as he usually is. People having fun on the tricking lines as well. Benoit getting ready for the next one. Taking a little nap. Always looks so calm out there when they're lying on the line like that.
So I'm just having a look here up on the comments. So if anyone wants to interact with our athletes here, we will be looking at the comments for you. So feel free to ask any questions, and yeah, we will try and get some good answers to you from the experience of the athletes from all around the world. Thank you for your support and comments. So please interact with us through the YouTube link if you can, and we will try and get some answers to you and get the interaction going, as it's a great opportunity to be able to chat to the athletes from around the world here today. So we've just had one of our most experienced freestyle highliners step into the room. From all the way over the pond in America, we've got Davis, who's just sat down with us. So, what is your feelings on speedlining?
Speedlining is really interesting to me just because it's something I never ever train. I love watching it. I love the entertainment it brings just because it's very easy to comprehend and see what's going on. You know, there's a clear winner. Yeah, speedlining is exciting to watch, but not something that attracts me personally.
That is understandable. I used to stay away from speedlining. For me, it kind of freaked me out. The idea of trying to walk that quickly on the line felt like a risk to be honest, put my guys to that. I just didn't like the idea of taking a misstep and the line picking up. But as like when I learnt to walk, you kind of learn what you can get away with, and as long as you commit to a fall to the side, you realise the line doesn't actually ping up like that. But yeah, as I learnt that, I've slowly got faster. But yeah, that was why I stayed away from speedlining for a little bit. But I've learned it can be done safely.
I definitely remember seeing a lot of training sessions from Benoit, and yeah, seeing some of those first catches and leash falls is they just go down so instantaneously. They're just walking, and without any, you know, there's no sign of a fall. They just sometimes all of a sudden just go bam, like down. You're like, wow, what happened there?
So it looks like our competitors are ready. So we've got the next round coming up. Sascha's got to take this, I think. Although it might be best out of 5 for the semi. No, it's best out of 3 still. I think it's best out of 5 for the finals. So they are off. Sascha looks like he's had a good quick start again. Benoit managed to reel it in last time, so we will see if the consistency and experience pays through. Benoit's been an inspiration for me in speedlining, and Sascha in freestyle as well. I saw him as a very young slackliner come through, and in just a few years he's now one of the best in the world at so many disciplines of slacklining. It's amazing to see the progression. Look at that run from Benoit, just powering through. That is a norm from Benoit, just the power and the pace. Sascha got pipped to the post there. It looked close until those last few steps. It looks like Benoit's got a particularly strong finish on him. What did you think about that, Davis?
They're both fast as hell. That's what I think about that. Too fast.
It was interesting to see in the Speedline qualifiers that, I mean, you kind of had normal walking pace coming from some of the athletes coming in like 3 to 7 minutes, which is, that's not even slow really. That's the kind of pace we've been walking slacklines for many years, but we've got these mutant individuals who have just learned to sprint on the line, and it's just incredible to see the evolution. I can't wait to see how long these competitions will go, that we could be racing over kilometers and over all kinds of distance in magical places. And I mean, even in short lines, this kind of sprint is particularly exciting. At Bern City Slack in Switzerland, there's a particularly short line, like a old school trick line speed competition, where they put buzzers on the tree and you've got to dive for the finish onto mats, and it's one of the best spectacles I've ever seen on even just the most simple beginner slack lines. It's such an exciting thing to bring more evolution and competition to slacklining, as I think it brings more creativity and helps us all push to the limit. So Davis, can I ask how long have you been slacklining, and what brought you into slacklining? What was it you love about it?
I first saw slacklining at GoPro Mountain Games, or at the time it was Teva Mountain Games in 2012, and when I first saw it, I knew right away that that's something that I needed to do. From the first day I saw what slacklining was, I got a line and practiced every day for almost 3 years until it wasn't every day. So I was super addicted to it right off the bat. I didn't even need to try it to know that that's what I needed to do. So yeah, now it's been just over 10 years.
So yeah, 10 years of slacklining. I mean, it's amazing to me that we've got people that, have become obsessed with this rope walking for so many years. I myself have been somewhat obsessed with ropes for nearly 15 years. And Joshi, how many years? Got to be 16, 17 or something. And I mean, it's so amazing to be part of a sport for so long, where we've watched it evolve, and kind of, I think it's gone a lot further than many of us would have dreamed. And it's exciting to be a part of it. So if you're enjoying slacklining now, just think in a few years, like Sascha, you could be pushing the limits with the community and coming to beautiful places like we are in LAAX Switzerland at the moment. We've got some comments up on the YouTube asking for the names and countries and the scores. Those are being created right now. We will be passing on the actual scores coming up, but they just need to be put into a table for you. So all the information for the freestyle competition and the speedline competition will be shared in pictures. So stay tuned and you will get the information you are looking for. So as you can see there, we've got some beautifully high quality media sharing live to you. So you get to see this all in high definition. it's thanks to the Swiss Slackline Association for putting us up in LAAX, Switzerland, with all of the organisation gone into the event, all for the good of the community, and funded by LAAX and Flims. So thank you to our sponsors. Thanks. And yeah, the community coming together always is what helps make these events happen. That it can't be done by just a few individuals, though it's always some individuals that kind of get the ball rolling. We come together as a community to make these events happen, and everyone helps each other out. And yeah, it's just an amazing thing to see what I think of us as a bunch of monkeys can do. But yeah, coming together from all around the world, that we just have this common love for walking on rope. That yeah, it's evolved into a sport and an art where it looks unlimited in potential to me. It's still surprising to me that we're walking over kilometers, and ooh, Benoit just stepped into the room. You can feel the energy. I love it, buddy. Super clean walk there, bro. How did it go for you?
According to the plan. No, it was challenging to run against Sascha because he showed some really good performance yesterday, and I knew I had to let nothing go. Like, I was faster, but one slight mistake and he might go forward. I didn't let that mistake happen. And I took advantage of he was a bit strategical here. Didn't push for the faster speed, and keeping that for Vidal.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the next level from you, as I know you've got some in the tank, to say the least. So yeah, as you can see there, we've got our Freestyle line A-frames. They're being tended to for the competition. And yeah, it's called the hang frame. It's a beautiful design by one of our longtime community members, Bradley. And yeah, super simple way to bring the line off an edge. It's made our rigging capabilities a lot better. And yeah, really helps for rescue as well, which is an important part, that accidents can happen, so we always have a rescue plan and people around for such incidents, though it's very rare, to be fair. I think it's mainly finger and toe injuries I've seen in highlining. It's so strange that would be the main thing, that it's just little wraps around the webbing or the leash with digits. But yeah, it's a high reward for low risk to me once you get into highlining and get experienced at it. Can I ask, what's your favorite thing about highlining, Benoit?
Oh gosh, that's like asking what's my favorite about food. What's my favorite thing about highline? When you're on the line, you look upward and there are birds flying, and if you look downward, there is also birds flying, and you're basically like walking with a bird flying, and you're not supposed to be here. And that's like a super good feeling to float around, walk where you're not supposed to be, and just enjoy. You almost have the feeling of flying somehow.
Is that why you've got the feathers on your head, so you blend in a bit more with your surroundings? Or?
Exactly, it's to make sure they don't attack me.
Great, just amazing. I say, we were talking here about how we really appreciate the slack fashion out there, even on the line while you're in the comp. It's just amazing to watch.
No, the big hat is beside fashion. It's like when you're on the line, there is absolutely no shadow at all. The only shadow is like under the webbing, and it's 2 centimeter or 2.5 centimeter large. So basically you're burning, and when you go for long walk, like more than hundreds of meters, and stay on the line for more than 1 hour, you definitely need shadow in order to not get dry like a dry peach or whatever.
It looks blazing out there, really. I mean, it's amazing.
And the shirt, the open shirt, is also, beside fashion, a really technical clothes, because it's open, so I can have some air flowing in, but it's still not closed like a t-shirt, and then I'm not sweating as much as if I was wearing a t-shirt. And finally, if there is a gust of wind I will feel it in my shirt before I feel it on the line, and I can already prepare for the movement of the line.
So, I have a question here from Green Monkey that I'd like to address to you, Benoit. The question to a Speedline athlete: how do you find your core alignment in your body when you're speed walking? Any part of your body specifically that you place your awareness on? Sacrum, hips? Do you visualize or feel the energy movements in this part of your body? Thanks in advance for your answer. And that is from Green Monkey.
Hi, Green Monkey. Super nickname, I love that. Yeah, basically when I go for Speedline, I always say that the secret is not to make fast step. The movement is coming from the hips. Like, you really have to be focused on the hips, and somehow like the hips and the abs are moving forward. You have to be focused on this, really core centered, and then the feet are following under. Like, imagine that your feet are actually a ball, like, or a wheel that are, turning under your hips somehow.
I like that analogy, very nice. So on the screen here you can see some of the freestylers warming up, and we have that coming up for you, so do stick around, as some of the freestyling happening nowadays is just unbelievable. The gymnastics, the agility, the timing, it really is mind-blowing, the evolution of the sport. Similar to speedlining, that some people have just pushed the level, but in speedlining it kind of, I think it's captured less individuals because it's more of an inward, less showy art of slacklining or competitive style, but the freestyle is just visually it's ecstatic to me that people are starting to throw triple flips on a highline. I knew it was inevitable, but I didn't think it would be happening this soon. So we have seen triple flips now landed on highlines. I don't think we're likely to see any in competition today, but you never know. You never know. And yeah, we've definitely got an exciting show for you with the freestyling. So I find speedlining super exciting. It takes my breath away, but freestyling, it makes the hairs on my neck stand up. It's just, yeah. Especially some of the bails are just it's like a ragdoll explosion of energy when when it's so close to being landed, but they can't quite hold it. It's just, the leash falls are, hopefully we'll have all kinds of entertainment in that way for you today. But for now we have Daniel from Belgium and Vidal from Brazil stepping up for the next round of the LAAX Highline World Championships speedlining. So we've got Vidal there, showing the Brazilian colours with the leggings, super steez there. Yeah, I do love a bit of slack fashion, me personally. Thanks for bringing it up, Yoba. We've got quite a few peacocks in the community that aren't afraid to show some colour and plumage in whatever way, shape or form they desire. They're happy to let the freak flag fly. And yeah, as you can see there, even the man Vidal can take little tumbles there, so anything can happen. What a stunning view we've got there of the GALAAXY up in LAAX. Just a beautiful training ground for us. I'm glad you get to see it live here today. What has been your favourite experience about being up here in the mountains, Benoit? Has the altitude got to you, or have you become accustomed to it now?
It's okay. The first day I was really tired, went to bed at 10, and it was really exhausting to be here and run. And the first speedline run, after a few runs, I was like really panting, catching my breath. But now it's getting better, and and the view is just stunning, and we're like super lucky to be hosted here by the GALAAXY. That's an incredible chance to be here in this World Championship.
We have another question from the comments. Désolé asks, and I would like to ask this to you, Benoit. For the speedliners, do you sometimes also enjoy slow walks, maybe on sub 200 meter lines, to enjoy more of a meditative state?
Yeah, sure. Like, I'm not always going for the speed line. Sometimes I just go for the line for enjoying. I try to look at the surrounding. I look downward, like under my foot, the landscape under. Also do some expo, watch the sunrise or sunset, depending of when I go on the line. And also like to dance on the line when I'm really alone. No one's to see me. That's good.
Oh yeah, that's my kind of style. I do love to dance on the line as well. And we've got a few more questions coming in. What webbing is rigged for the speed line? So we've got quite a special little rig for you with Y2K as the main and backup to keep it light for the speedliners to really be able to get as much speed as possible. But over that length, Dyneema would be too low stretch for leash falls, as I do not recommend walking Dyneema anything really under 200 meters really. But what we have done is we've put some nylon into the line. So we do have nylon anchors so that the line has more dynamic, so that the leash falls then have the bounce of the nylon, but we have the advantage of having a lightweight walking line, but with dynamic anchors, so leash falls are safe. As Dyneema can be a lovely light line to walk, but because it's so low stretch like steel, it is not safe to have as a main line at short distances, or really a backup at short distances, unless you bring another webbing material into the mix. So thank you for your question there. That is the rig we are walking on today. It's 100 meters with nylon anchors and Dyneema main for walking.
I find it really amazing to see not just how much the movement has changed over these past years, but also the rigging. I mean, these kind of technologies and these like partially Dyneema, partially nylon rigs are really quite something new. Definitely didn't have that 7 years ago when I started. It's really, really amazing. The guys getting ready, giving the thumbs up, getting ready for the race.
Oh, exciting time. Should we put the mic in the middle, guys? So the athletes are ready. We've got so much support from around the world for Vidal. He has a amazing following. It's great to see all the comments, and I'm looking forward to seeing this. It's one of our fastest Europeans, Dan, coming up here. And they are off. So Vidal looks like he's got that super quick start. Can those legs of Dan's find the next level to keep up with the speed? It looks like Vidal's pulling ahead. I think Dan's only chance is if he takes a misstep and catches. Looks like it's going clean though.
We can see at Vidal's style he's still on his safety zone, and he's not in what he calls the aggressive running yet.
You will hopefully see the aggressive running in the finals.
Oh,
Wow.
I wish I'm gonna push him into aggressive running, that's for sure, and I'm gonna go for aggressive running as well. I'm going to give everything against Vidal. It's a huge chance to compete against him today.
That's still super quick there from Dan. He's one of the fastest walkers we've got in the community. He actually won the 200 meter speed line competition we had in China 4 or so years ago. Got amazing times there with strong long step consistency, but Vidal's quick steps are looking hard to hold up against. It is just beautiful. And he's a multi-talented man as well. He does all types of slacklining. He's an incredible acrobat as well. I've been doing some acro with him. He flew me in hand to hand. He's beastly strong. Pushed me up from low to high, hand to hand, like I was a feather. And he might even be lighter than me. Yeah. So yeah, he is a all-round athlete, and yeah, it's just amazing to see his capabilities in Speedline.
And we just got the times in, and this is like for Vidal 42.20 seconds, and for Dan it was like 50 seconds and 0.93.
As a comparison, during the training, when he was really pushing hard, like because there was no pressure, he reached 31, so 10 seconds faster than the actual one he got. And just my previous run, I made 40, so again, we both stayed in our safety zone for the moment, and I can see that he's not putting himself in danger against Dan for the moment. And yeah, for the final, it's going to be really impressive when we see him crushing the line.
Thank you guys for communicating the scores to us. That definitely helps. So we'll make an effort to get you some of the times there so you can know that Vidal is actually walking slow for Vidal. So it may look unbelievably fast, but he has a whole nother level of speed just waiting to be unleashed. So exciting to see what that looks like. Please keep the comments coming in. It's lovely to see the support for Vidal. And yeah, come on Belgium, let's support Dan. So if you don't know Dan, I thoroughly suggest having a look at him. He's done some beautiful artwork in slacklining for so many years. He likes to play music on the line, all kinds of instruments. He's got some beautiful groups together with Sound in the Air where they go and perform pure pieces of art up in the sky. And yeah, he's just a multi-talented individual, a true artist that, yeah, I've got unlimited respect for.
Watching that guy busk in the streets in the Netherlands is also quite something. He's out there over the water, no leash, with an accordion on the line. You're just like, oh wow, this man knows what he's doing. He is not afraid. Yeah, beautiful. Well, getting ready for round 2.
And they're getting set and they're off. So we've got Vidal with that quick start, being shot out like a catapult. And Dan's keeping it strong. He's looking steady. It looks like he's getting those steps a little quicker that time. And oh, we've got a fall from Vidal. As you can see, the talent there to get straight back up from a fall is unbelievable. And yeah, it's an amazing technique to turn the body, to drop. Although it looked down the center, he turns and drops onto his leg, which we call Korean. And yeah, he can then bounce straight back up from there and make an amazing recovery, as you can see. There. Oh, that's more of a fall there. That's a misstep. And Dan is coming through with the win. Oh!
What a turn!
So, as you can see, even the fastest man alive on a slackline at the moment can be too fast for his own good. So that's 2 falls in 1 walk, and that gave Dan the edge to take it. Personally, I couldn't be happier. It just means we get to see more Vidal.
This is going to be way exciting, this last round.
We might have some aggressive Vidal right now because he's definitely have to push and secure his run if he want to make it to the final. I really hope he make it to the final. I want to compete against him.
I think I would actually cry if he didn't make it to the final, to be honest. I mean, I cannot get enough of watching Vidal run. It's just amazing. But I mean, as you can see there, he could take a fall and a catch and still be a competitor. That he is that quick. That yeah, no messing with Vidal. Even when he has a little slip, it's still very difficult to compete with a man that quick. So we had times coming up.
Dan with 46.74 and Vidal with 58, but with 2 falls.
So as you can see there, that's Dan pushing his level about another 5 seconds from last round, which shows that if Vidal's put under pressure, that he can tell someone's close behind him, that it does bring an extra level of intensity, that it's difficult to have that level of consistency with that level of speed, with this level of pressure and the altitude. So yeah, I love that. We just had a man drop into rocket mount into the frame. And there he goes again. Beautiful stuff. So as you can see, we've got the Freestyle Highliners training behind us. And yeah, Vidal, I think he's probably a little bit shaken by that. But I'm sure he will find his consistency for the next round. But yeah, the intensity of competition is real. Exciting to see.
Vidal took a tumble and accidentally went through the backup, so you'll see him now re-threading himself back through to be straight. There he goes, he's back in action.
So that basically shows anything can happen. That you can fall through the backup and get tangled. That, yeah, I mean, who would have thought? I mean, I know that is a thing, but it's not what you would expect. That's a very rare example there. That, yeah, anything can happen. So that is the wonder of competition, that it's all about being in the moment. And anything can happen. So I'm so happy to be bringing it to you here live. Thanks to the organisation from the Swiss Slackline Association, and thank you LAAX and the GALAAXY for putting us up and making this all possible. As yeah, we couldn't be happier to be in such a beautiful place, surrounded by mountains and good people, good food, good water, good air. Couldn't be better. So, Yo Bear, how quick do you reckon you can cross that line? What kind of speed are you running in at nowadays?
I'm a very slow slackliner, to be honest. I reckon I walk about 1 kilometre an hour. So that's not too fast. That's my regular speed though. I reckon I could push it up to maybe 1.5 kilometre an hour. So, just, you know, you might have to speed up the footage a bit to keep it interesting, but not the fastest walker, let's say it like that. But I do enjoy my time out there.
I was exactly the same. Last time I walked a kilometre slackline, it took me an hour. So yeah, I was at 1 kilometre an hour as well, and I think I'm probably now at maybe 2, maybe 3 kilometres an hour. I've got a lot faster, but yeah, that used to be my cruising speed as well, and yeah, that's quite normal. Whereas, can you tell us in meters per second how quick these guys are walking, Benoit? I bet you've got the meters per second figured out. How quick are they going?
Well, here it's kind of easy. It's like a 60-meter long portion that they're running on. So if you make 60 seconds to cross a portion, it's 1 meter per second. If you go really fast, like during the training at 30 seconds, it's 2 meters per second. Which is, yeah, a speed that we reach really during the training a few times. I'm usually more at like 40, so slightly less than 2 meters per second. And I guess like Vidal on his really small training at home, like he have a 12-meter long slackline, and he reach a pace of 3 meters per second.
So that there gives you a little window into the evolution of slacklining, that who knows how quick it's going to get, and who knows how long these races will become. Because I see kilometer races as a pretty standard thing in the future.
Seeing how fast people cross 1 kilometer lines these days, back in the day when people were still walking my speed all the time, I mean, it'd be boring to look at, but with these paces, it'd be so interesting. You know, any leash fall, there's so much time to catch back up and time for another mistake. I reckon, you know, definitely with these times, it could be so amazing to watch.
Yeah, we've also got into some silly aspects of tandem lining on big high lines, that we've even started chasing each other across big high lines, that we could even have some sort of communal race against countries with a baton possibly. But yeah, who knows where it could go. We're getting ready for the next round. This really matters. I mean, we're expecting to see Vidal in the final, so the pressure is on. He is currently the fastest man alive on a slackline, and right now he has to prove it. Benoit, this must be just so intense for you.
It is. Like, I'm already have my place in the final, and I'm just waiting to compete against Vidal. For me, this is, I'm 100% supporting Vidal. I like Dan, and I already compete with him, and he's really good. He shouldn't be underestimated, but I really, really want to go against Vidal.
Dan is finding another level here. He really is pushing and competing. He's not making it easy for Vidal. Look at this. That is intense. Vidal's keeping it clean for the consistency. He cannot fall with Dan on his heels. It looks like Vidal's going to take it. Oh my God! Did he touch the line? Did he touch the line? So he has to touch the line past. I think we might have an upset right there. That shows how ridiculous speedlining can be. So the rules are, for the people at home, that your foot has to touch the webbing past the red tape. And if Vidal's feet did not touch the line, Dan has taken the win. That is possibly the biggest upset we could have seen right there, that Vidal was expected to win.
And Benoit just ran to the judges' stand because he wants to know as soon as possible.
I'm literally shaking. I mean, that was just intense. I mean, literally, I'm just like an adrenaline shot of wow.
I just want to add to this, even if he did or did not touch it, what a performance of Dan. He was so fast. He was keeping up with him the whole way. Incredible run from both of these guys. I reckon we need a replay on that one.
I think it's going to go down to a judge's replay. I mean, I don't know if we know yet. I'm so intrigued to know what the time was as well. So Dan really went faster than his qualification run. I couldn't quite hear it over the noise. But, I mean, Dan pushed. What a speed he brought out there. He knew he had to. I mean, he got the cheeky win on the second round with the falls, but that was pure talent. I mean, I'm literally shaking. That was just incredible.
I'm really wondering what the outcome's going to be. I mean, it was close. Vidal himself gave it the thumbs down, but I don't know. I reckon
there could have been a touch. So we have it back from the judges that Dan has taken the win. So that is the biggest upset we could have expected. I mean, we know Dan's quick, but to pull it out at 38 seconds for the win, I mean, that is exceptional. It shows that Dan is just a Zen master. That with the pressure, the altitude, he could still pull it out of the bag. So, what an upset. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm excited. Yeah. So, yeah, that is why we have speedlining being brought to you right now, because, wow, is all I can say. That, I mean, yeah. He is the fastest man alive, but anything can happen.
Here we really see one of my favourite bits about this whole community. You know, out there it's a competition, but once the camera zooms out and you see what's happening on the edge, it's just a group of friends, really. You know, whenever somebody feels down or whatever, it's the cuddles right away and the love. It's just great to see.
it is truly one of the most supportive communities I could imagine. That the love and acceptance from the slackliners. Everyone's a bit weird and quirky. I feel that we're a bunch of people that got obsessed with this arbitrary thing of walking on ropes, but because of this group, it's evolved and it's become something real. I mean, it now is becoming a sport. It's always been an art, and the community that grows it and makes it stronger. Oh, we just saw the slow-mo replay there. Not on the live screen, but we saw it just on our friend's phone, and whoa, it was close. It was millimeters away from the step. And I mean, what an upset, but
with that 38-second time from Dan, I mean, this is going to be so close in the finals again. What a fight that's going to be. It's going to be amazing. Like, oh, what a man. I'm still shaking. I'm on the edge of my seat.
yeah, I've just started to about calm down, but I can't believe it. And I wanted to see more Vidal. I'm not going to lie. But, I mean, I'm very happy to see more Dan too. I mean, it just shows there he can push to a whole nother level, which, it just shows his strength and experience. I mean, I love those beautiful long legs, I'm not going to lie. He is an not just an artist of a man, an art piece of a human.
And when those long legs go fast, wow.
I know. So, we're going to be bringing to you, hopefully, the slow motion action replay of the Vidal misstep at the very last second. I mean, it couldn't have been closer. I can't believe it happened, to be honest. I mean, I'm still so... I want to see more Vidal. And, as just such an epic human, I just expected him to be in the finals.
Yeah, but again, as we see, anything can happen. Wow, man. What a race that was. Incredible. Both of them just amazing athletes. Like, wow.
So a lot of these athletes we have, being part of an emerging sport, taking amazing amounts of commitment to train at this new evolving thing that, I mean, it just shows the talent and commitment that, they're becoming athletes. And I mean, I think of Dan as also an artist in such an out of the box community way. That I think it's beautiful to see that the level of commitment to something that can be described as arbitrary, but I mean, it's definitely captured many people's hearts from around the world. So so happy to be sharing this with you at such a high level today. And it just shows we've got this excitement from Speedline. I cannot wait to see the freestyle.
God, that's going to be mad. Here we see on the screen the finalists, right? Benoit. They're both in the finals.
Yeah, that is Benoit and Dan, our finalists right there.
Them hugging it out and talking and probably discussing about how that's going to be. Because, man, that's going to be exciting.
I mean, I'm interested to see, are they going to push into Vidal territory of speed? Yeah, that's what I'm intrigued to see. I mean, will we see his time broken? I mean, could he... I know he is the fastest man alive at the moment, but will that get proved wrong with the pressure circumstance? It matters.
It's a different thing when you're walking with that much pressure, whether that's on a live performance or on a contest. I mean, it's a different thing, and maybe that's where Dan has a little bit of benefit. You know, he's done a lot of performing work. He's out there in front of audiences all the time. maybe he's quite used to having that little push, that little edge from, oh, I gotta do it now, you know. Maybe that helps him a bit out there. But man, if I was Benoit and I saw those final little steps from Dan, I would be shaking in my boots right now.
Yeah, well, I can completely understand that. It just shows Dan pushing into the 30-second territory that anything can happen. And yeah, it's so good to see a smile on Vidal's face. I'm sure he's still happy with his performance. He showed himself to be the fastest man, even though he may have taken a misstep and some catches. He's definitely the fastest man on a slackline we've got at the moment. He's proved that in practices that he is another level ahead. He, as you say, maybe just needs a bit more slackline competition, which I believe with his performances he is going to get. That more people are going to want to see more Vidal.
I reckon also in general more people will want to see more slackline contests. So this is just exciting stuff. I hope we keep on doing this for sure.
I literally cannot believe how much I was shaking. At the end of that part, I was literally jittery, like, oh my god! How about you, Yosh? How did you feel about that final? Not final, but it felt like a final.
Well, that was like really exciting, and it's so hard. I had like in the qualification one exactly the same happening to me. The last step, I was over the finish line, just stepped next to the line, and it's quite frustrating. And but yeah, that's how it goes. You need to really keep the focus up until the very last step, and yeah, it's entertaining. It's exciting. Yeah.
So we are going to be bringing to you that intense final finish there from Dan and Vidal. So here we are going to bring to you a slow motion of that intense moment. I mean, I'm going to probably watch it 10, 20 times tonight, I'm sure, because boy, did it get my juices flowing. So hopefully we're going to bring up to you in just a few moments that finish right there. Oh, it was so close. Look at... Oh, so it was the step before. You can see in the slow-mo that it's the misstep from before that means he couldn't get his foot to the line. I mean, and look at the showmanship, the honesty that he instantly shares to the judges. I know I didn't hit it. I mean, that is just... What a man. I mean, compare it to the footballers. They try and get anything they can. They would have been up in the air saying, oh, no, I definitely touched it. Vidal, honest, beautiful human, just, no, I didn't get it. No messing around. I mean, but the ninja skills to catch. He tries to get up as quick as possible, but he knows. Look at Dan. Oh, dear. What a competition. It could not be more exciting up here in LAAX. It really is just magical. Thanks, Green Monkey. I'm freestyling it.
Freestyling it hard out here in the booth. So here we see some trick lining happening from back Yoda, front Yoda. Oh, wow, amazing stuff. So this is what we'll have a lot more of at the end of the day. Some nice trick line action on screen.
So yeah, this is what we've got to look forward to, that we've got some of the most incredible athletes coming through with all kinds of gymnastic, artistic, creative movements on a slackline that have just become this absolutely astonishing art of freestyle highlining. So get ready to see some mind-bending tricks coming up live for you, you can see the real level of consistency these athletes have got to. It's just amazing. And for our viewers around the world, we are going to be bringing to you an interview with Vidal. As, I mean, that's just an incredible thing that happened. It was so unexpected. So for the English speakers, we are going to be translating with the amazing king of the human, Raf Albert. He will be translating for Vidal, but we'll hold the microphone to Vidal so he can speak in his native languages for all the people watching across the world, so they can hear it in his mother tongue, as, yeah, I'm sure that will be appreciated. But yeah, it is good to see you, Raf. I'm looking forward to hearing that voice on the mic.
I'm happy to be here with you guys in such a high-level event. I think expectations have been crushed right now, especially in South America and in general Brazil. Like a lot of audience waking up super early to give a lot of energy. For Vidal, we know he's the fastest, and competition is competition, and I think now he needs the support of everyone. I think he was carrying a lot of pressure, and then he's full of emotions, but I think we have the most lovely community here, and then everyone is supporting him, showing like how beautiful it was to watch him push the sport and inspire so many people. And I feel privileged to open a little bit the space I created and with my comes and goes of Europe, and then I'll be here to translate the emotions that Vidal has at the moment, and I think everyone from around the globe is feeling those same emotions.
I'm so intrigued to hear from him because, I mean, I feel the same as you, that it's literally a privilege to watch him. That, I mean, it is another level he has found, and being that first person to push through to that other level is so much more difficult. To be the one pushing the boundaries, it's so much harder to be the front runner in the race. You have the resistance, the not knowing what's possible, and he's pushed through those boundaries, and I've just got so much respect for him as a human for doing so. That, yeah, I mean, the upset is real. Like, I can hear it in your voice. I feel it in myself. Like, I'm upset. I want more Vidal. I mean, the gratitude for him pushing that level, I mean, I'm sure it's felt around the globe, around the slackliners, that, he really has helped push speedlining to another speed, and I think that is what makes other people be able to walk faster. So we've got to thank him, and doing that hard task brings extra pressure, it's extra effort, and he's been a machine up here with so much love and energy. So I look forward to hearing from him and showing the respect for all of his commitment to this beautiful sport.
I'm sure we'll get more Vidal. I mean, 100%. We are gonna get it.
There will be more Vidal. I mean, I think we need to have an unpressured Vidal sprint. I mean, I believe he can break into the 20 seconds on this line. I think he can push under 30 seconds, and I'm quite sure of it. When I've seen him go really quick, when there's no one timing and he's just running, he's in the moment, it's like this streak of gold just flies behind him. It's watching something magical. He is just, it's astonishing. So we will be seeing more Vidal. We'll make sure of it.
Just this line of green and yellow like passing by in the sky. You're just like, wow, what's that?
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? It's a Vidal!
Yeah, definitely. We've seen him do some incredible runs on the arm-up. Also in the quarterfinals, he had the best time, and he has been the inspiration, as Chill mentioned, for so many other athletes as myself. You know, like I have the privilege to live in the same country, and then for a long time I've been inspired by him, and then I know it's the first time that he comes here. It won't be the last, and I think he's gonna get stronger and stronger. And then he needs like genuine support, and then that's what he's taking here with loads of love. And then it pretty much break everyone on tears when he lost, and then it was such a close call, a misstep, whatever we want to call it. But that's what brings the level of the sport to another, you know, like another top, you know, like that's what we are trying to do here, right? Bring the best ones and push themselves, and then make some heartbreaking also, because that's part of the sport, you know, like we have the most favorite freestyles also, but do we know if they're gonna win? There's a lot of pressure on it. So I mean, for speedlining, it's amazing. We're gonna see Vidal again in small finals. Sascha, it's super excited to go against him, and I think everyone it's already like hitting their seats and excited to watch again Vidal run with his free spirit circus style, and then what we can give to him is a lot of support and a lot of love, and then we know that he's still the best.
It just goes to show what we were talking about before, about the balance between pushing hard and being aggressive and being stable and steady. And when you have somebody, just because we see on the replay, Dan's just 3 steps behind him. He is not far behind. He is putting on that pressure, and yeah, you know, that can happen. You just decide to be a bit too aggressive and take a tumble. There we go on the replay. You see Dan is just, look, Vidal falls 1, 2, 3 steps behind. It's nothing. He was, you know, breathing in his neck.
I do completely believe that he could hear him breathe. That I swear you're in a heightened state of awareness when you're in these moments, and Vidal will know Dan is right behind me. And yeah, it's just, it is amazing to see, and I think you're right, Raph, that this isn't going to break Vidal. It'll make him stronger. He'll remember this, and I think it's going to keep him pushing through those barriers for us, and yeah, help everyone push further as well. I mean, I'm excited. I'm going to train Speedline. I'm not going to lie. I want to compete against Vidal. I mean, I've got some tiny morsel of hope that one day I could beat him now. I am a secret little runner. I run a lot, so yeah, it could happen. I could get speedy.
I don't know what I'm more excited about you speedlining or about the slack fash we're going to see out there once you get out there on the line.
Yeah, but I'll probably try and speedline and dance at the same time. I'll be like, I need a certain tempo of music to work with my footsteps, and then I arm wave to make the steps work in perfect harmony. It could happen.
Just gotta pop and lock your way across the line.
So, we have the finals coming up to you. We had an incredible upset there. We are going to be seeing Daniel Laurel in the final against Benoit. And yeah, these athletes are some of the most long-time experienced slackliners I know of. That I think they're both 10 years in the game-ish, at least. I mean, yeah, they've been around since I've been around, which is a long time. And yeah, unlimited love and respect for both of them for keeping pushing, and yeah, finding that extra level there. And yeah, the small finals, we will still be seeing more Vidal, and I think we should even make an effort to see even more Vidal and get him to push below 30 seconds as the time on camera for the people, because we know he can do it. And yeah, I love watching those legs go. I mean, it's incredible. And yeah, I didn't think anyone could beat him, but it can happen. The man who just beat what I thought was unbeatable, just stepped into the room. So, Dan, how did that go? How did it feel? I mean, what was that like?
It was pretty interesting, you know. Vidal was the preferred winner, and so I said to myself, I need to base myself on his technique to have a chance to win. And so I stood up, I took a look to my left, and I just copied him. It seemed to work out.
Incredible, honestly. I've always thought you were a genius, and I mean, that's...
Well, I mean, for me, it's all about managing the pressure. In your head, you need to be really calm, like a tortoise, and your body needs to be fast like a cheetah. You know, just you need to stay calm on the inside, but fast on the outside. Control your breathing.
Those are some true Zen words from Dan. I think learning from the best, keeping mindful, breathing, being in the moment. I mean, yeah, you just showed how to create a beautiful upset that we all expected something else. I mean, literally, I was full on, like, shaking. Like, I was, yeah, I mean, genuine emotion. I mean, it was incredible to watch. The first upset on the second round of him taking 2 catches was a surprise, which brought us the most intense final battle. And thank you so much for making it the most intense battle. I'm calling it the final when it wasn't.
Well, huge big up for Vidal. That guy's a massive inspiration to me, and I'm really impressed with his technique and his style, and he'll continue to be a huge inspiration to me. And it was an honor to be up against him, and it just the cards dealt it that it was the pressure that beat the master. And yeah, I just continue to be super inspired by Vidal, and I can't wait to go in session with him in Brazil one day and train some Speedline and go even faster. The magician of balance.
He is a magician. I mean, there's just a magic in how he moves. And yeah, well played for having the genius to think, well, I've got to copy him. I mean, yeah, beautiful work, Dan. I cannot imagine what that feeling would have been like. I mean, just watching, I was visually tremoring. And yeah, what was the emotion when you actually stepped over? What did you feel?
I mean, I think in my mind I was certain that he would have won. Like, I saw that he fell, but I'm sure that he would have put his foot on the line and then fallen. So in my mind it was already, all right, so I've lost. I tried to speak to him. He like wasn't looking at me, so I was like, okay, maybe the judges will say something else, and it turned out the complete unexpected. And yeah, the speed paid off, I guess.
So one thing I think shows the integrity and magic of slackliners is Vidal missed there, and he instantly got up and showed to the judges that no, I didn't get it. I mean, I think that's beautiful personally, that he saves them the hassle and goes, no, yeah, pure honesty, like, it's amazing.
I just want to ask you, Dan, like, because on that first race, you were pretty far behind Vidal, and then when you took off on the last one, I was like, something changed. You started going fast, and you can see when he falls, you're only 3 steps behind him, like you're breathing in his neck. How did that happen? What was going through your mind? Were you just like pure flow state, or what made that, go down?
Well, between the first and the second race, so the first race he was easily 10 seconds in front of me. He crushed me, and then on the second one I saw that he took 2 falls, and I said to myself, if I can just like send the speed but stay calm and keep the control, then I have a chance. And on the last one where it was a tie, and I just said to myself, give it all I got, no matter if I fall, just go as fast as I can, and with the control it paid off.
It was beautiful to see you just kind of, it really looked like you were just gliding over the line, like so steady, and just bam, 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 keep on going. Just amazing to watch, man. Beautiful.
Yeah, Dan, was the original Speedline inspiration from me. Out in China, showing the consistency, form, and just the zone. I wanted to get in that zone that I saw you crushing the 200 meter in China. That your form, your stance, it's a lot what got me into speedlining, and then more inspiration from Vidal. That, I mean, yeah, I look forward to pushing my speedlining personally. What about you, Raf?
I'm also super inspired. I just want to add one thing that I was talking to Dan yesterday, and then he was saying that he didn't feel like he was going on his maximum, and I think because of all the experience that he has, like the circus, the ability to present in front of the crowds, it paid off amazingly. If you watch the footage, you see that pretty much he is the same pace and same speed as Vidal, and he increased his time by 10 seconds. That's not a small thing. It's probably like 20% in one run. So like, I know it's heartbreaking, but we need to give the sport a big round of applause. Like what Danny presented is what we want to see, slackline reaching it, and that's why we are here in the World Championship in Switzerland, to see the amazing things any athlete can do it. As Chill mentioned, Dan is incredibly consistent. He has the world record for the 200-meter line. He wasn't the favorite in China, and he went to the game and make it happen. And then once again, he came here and put his show and his heart into the line and make it happen. And so, like, I'm super excited to see how much pressure actually Benoit is going to feel it. Because the pressure is on, and everyone is feeling it. And then it's super amazing. Like, I think everyone is just jittering up there. It's like, it's insane, and I'm excited. I can even speak more.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at this roster on screen right now, he's the only other one who broke into the 30s, right? Like, so far. The only other athlete who's broken into the 30s. I mean, that's huge. He's gone from one round earlier, 51, to 38. I mean, that's mental. What? Oh, man, I still can't quite grasp it.
I've known Dan for a while, and he definitely can pull it out of the bag. He is a magician in himself, a real artist at being in the moment, and it's beautiful to see him showing the evolution capabilities of the sport and of human potential.
Do you reckon if he would speedline with an instrument in his hand, he'd go even faster? You know, get some nice music motivation.
I think it would depend what I'm playing. If I'm playing something very fast, it could bring me slower. But if I'm playing something very slow, like a waltz, it could get me faster.
Right, nice.
I look forward to these creative battles in future. I think, there is unlimited potential in this sport to just see more and more. And we've had a comment asking who the other commentators are, and we have the beautiful Yo Bear, as he's known in the community. Do you want to give your full, documented, proper name?
My name's Yobo Maltmaker. I've been highlining for about 7 years, so a bit less long than all of these legends out here, but still a decent while. Been around to some places, meet some people, and just having a good time overall. So, what a great community.
And we also have the saucy chocolate voice of...
I'm Rafael Brigi. I'm from Brazil as also. It's a pleasure. I've been highlining for 9 years, which is pretty impressive when I look back. I know most of the guys here that I'm talking with. Chill, we know each other for a long time. A big friend of mine, huge inspiration. And I always say to my friends and that for me, coming events like this and gathering and having the community is just like drinking from the fount of youth. And then we are pretty much doing this, and we feel very privileged to see these young guns just bringing the best they can. And then I think we can bring some of our experience to guide them and give them some wise words and make them stronger. And then I think it's hard to put into words what actually they are doing on the lines. It's incredible, and then the level is so high. And then we couldn't ask for better weather, couldn't ask for a better community. We are super happy to be here in Switzerland, talking to this audience all over the globe with all many languages. And soon I will do some Portuguese words, because probably there are a lot of people from Brazil watching. And so after the small finals, I hope I can bring Vidal here with less emotions, because he was needing some time to chill and rest and then process everything that went on the last clash of the gigantic athletes we have here at Speedline finals.
I mean, it makes sense to want to sit down a little bit and rest after that. Not, even just from the physical exercise. I mean, they must be winded, after that. But then, yeah, mentally, like, wow, what a battle these guys did out there. Just amazing.
So, a little update for our viewers at home. We have the small finals, so the finals for 3rd and 4th, with our main man Vidal, and that is going to be coming in at around 12 o'clock, so you've only got about a 10-minute wait before you've got the next round of the semi-finals or small finals, and then straight after that we will be having the final, where we will see if Vidal's times are touchable in what will be the upset final. But I mean, I'm upset, but I'm also excited.
I mean, looking at the roster earlier, Benoit didn't dip into the 30s, so it's definitely going to be exciting. I mean, I reckon they'll be close. It's going to be a real nail biter.
And then after that, at around 2 o'clock, you are definitely going to want to tune in. As you can see here, we have the current wizard of freestyle highlining on the line in Eisenberg, whipping into Rocket Mount, which he just powers through. I think it's
the sheer power in that man's rocket mounts are just so incredible. The way he pops and somehow manages to hold on to that line is just mind-boggling to me. Incredible stuff.
So we're going to have a quick break of 10 minutes before the finals for 4th and 3rd come through. So, if you want to grab a snack, grab a drink, see us back here in 10 minutes for the finals of the Speedline LAAX Highline World Championships. It is the first time we've had a World Championships in slackline, and it's going to be so exciting to see what is going to come of it. And then at 2 o'clock, we're going to have the start of the Freestyle Championships. So please tune in for that, as that's not going to be something you want to miss. As watching these athletes play and the consistency that's been found, it really is mind-blowing. I mean, I'm blown away. Mind melted, and just, you don't know it's consistent until you see what they can do. And yeah, you definitely want to tune in to see what these guys will do live. No trickery, and we're going to go for a break. Thank you. See you in 10 minutes. Much love. Welcome to the LAAX Highline World Championships.
We just check these lines, we tension them to the athlete's preference. We got one that's super tensioned, one that's low tension, one that's medium tension.
Today, athletes have been qualifying for the next round. The athletes are competing in the category Highline Freestyle and Highline Speedline. So, we hope you are back. We have. Cool, is my mic not live? Let me know when my mic is live, please. Thank you. Over. Perfect. Thank you. So, our short break is over. So, our short break is over. I hope you are tuned back in. We have now the semi-finals for third and fourth, with Sascha representing Germany and Vidal representing Brazil. Vidal is undoubtedly our fastest man alive on a slackline, but we had an incredible upset in the semi-finals for Dan to break into the 30-second barrier and come through with the pressure. We've got another angle of it right here. I mean, oh, look at it. I mean, it just shows how quick those feet are moving. Just that slight little wiggle, and bam. Oh, it's heartbreaking. I mean, genuinely, the emotions experienced up here are real. It's exceptional to see someone breaking the boundaries of what's possible and then feeling the pressure. And yeah, I mean, the gratitude is real for Vidal. The love is real. Everyone up here is just in awe of his speed, and we just want to support the growth of this amazing human in pushing the boundaries of slacklining. So I want to see something here which I know he can do, which is breaking into the 20 seconds.
It's going to be I mean, man, he must have just gotten such a big rush of emotions. I really am interested to see how this small final is going to go, see who's going to end up in third place. I mean, obviously he must be rattled after what just happened on the last run. And let's see how these guys keep it together out there. Same for Sascha. I mean, he must be feeling so much pressure on this run to see who can make it to the podium, you know. Like, what an exciting one this is going to be yet again. What a day, really.
So yeah, the young one, Sasha's gonna have to find another level like Dan did. I mean, for me, the Vidal inspiration is real with Dan. I mean, as he mentioned, he just went, I've got to copy Vidal. I've got to be Vidal. And yeah, I mean, I just spoke to Vidal quickly and he said it's a circle of inspiration. And I think that's beautiful that he's getting inspired by everyone and he's inspiring everyone. And yeah, the stoke is real. You can see it there. He's still a happy man. He's done his country and himself proud. It just shows that, yeah, in competition anything can happen. Upsets are real, but I'm sure it's going to make him stronger.
Athletes are getting ready. Man, this is going to be an exciting one. Shake it out and breathe, and let's see what's going to happen.
So, they are getting ready.
Alright, giving the final shakes.
We're waiting for the live stream to go back live. Otherwise, it's not much of a live stream.
Taking a little rest on the line. Just getting ready. Give the LAAX a little tap. It's just so wonderful to see see these athletes chilling out, talking to each other, and to see the stoke on each other's faces, even after all that's happened so far. Like, man, what a beautiful bunch of human beings! Like, just incredible.
So the guys are taking their well-deserved rest, and we are getting ready. We've got a beautiful drone shot there. As you can see, the rigs up here are real, not just slack lines, but we've got incredible positioning for this competition.
So athletes, get ready.
So the athletes are getting ready. Thumbs up. I'm loving this drone shot. We've got a whole new angle for you here.
Rebecca, do you want to do the honor?
It's looking good.
Then we start the small final.
Will we see a 20-second break for Vidal? Sascha looks like he knows he's got to walk faster. He's pushing hard and strong, but look at Vidal. He just runs. It is amazing to watch. That speed is just incredible. Thank you, drone pilot, for this. This is an angle. I mean, look at the speed of Vidal just crushing through against one of our fastest athletes, Sascha. He's keeping it careful at the end, and yeah, he's learning lessons. He knows how to do it. Going for that careful finish, like.
Really a couple of struggles, but when he wasn't struggling, he was keeping up for sure, man. Like, oh, what a show of like athletes just going hard, man, beautiful.
So I'm hoping we're going to get the time coming through.
36 seconds and 85 hundredths, and Sascha's time is 45 seconds.
So that was a time of 36 seconds from Vidal. So, yeah, that's showing that he's still, his times that he can lay down are unmatchable. 36.85. I mean, it is wow factor every time with Vidal. He is so exciting to watch. 45.92 from Sascha. So, yeah. He's pushing as well. I think that might be the fastest time we've seen from Sascha, but maybe not comparing his qualifying times. But what did he get? So that's a very good time for Sascha. He got 45 in qualifiers, so he's pushing, and we'll see if he can push that little bit further. As we saw, anything can happen.
If he manages to keep it clean, I mean, his speed is up there. When he's at cruising altitude, like, he goes. At the start there, he was keeping up with Vidal, and that's saying something. Like, wow. It's just that little bit of cleanliness, just those final touches, Sometimes the line shakes and he has to stop and struggle, and that's where you see Vidal really pull ahead. But, man, like, what a race again.
I love that, Sascha just chilling there in exposure, whipping his phone out and recording Vidal. It's the old 'cause you can.
Must be just stoked to be out there, like, just happy. I mean, imagine, he's so young and he's out here at the championships. It's just gorgeous to see.
True indeed. And I think we know from Dan's last round that previously he was 10 seconds slower, so we know Sascha could pull something out unexpected. Not just a phone. Love it. So yeah, we have the fastest man alive on a slackline coming to you for maybe one or possibly 2 more rounds. Can Sascha pull something special out of the bag and show So we are having some comments asking about the finals of speed, and they are coming up straight after this. So this is live for you now. We have not pre-filmed this. Everything is coming to you live, and the finals of speed are imminent. After the third and fourth semi-finals, we will have the finals. So
both Benoit and Dan are just such solid slackliners. They both have just such consistency in what they do. Anytime I see them cruise, I'm like, man, like what a dedication, what a flow, and what a smooth line over that line they make. It's gorgeous. I really like seeing it, and it's going to be so interesting to see those finals.
I am beyond excited to see more Vidal and to see the finals. I mean, I don't know how quick they're going to go. I mean, we know Benoit has more speed there. He said it himself, and I know it. I've seen it as well. He can find another level. And yeah, I love that competitions bring out that other level through pressure, evolution through learning from experience and youth, and all of the different techniques we see to people.
It's going to be so fascinating. I'm really wondering what Dan is going to do in that final round. I mean, can he do what he did in that final round against Vidal? Because, Benoit was saying, when we were talking to him, he was saying he wanted to see a aggressively walking Vidal, but now he's got to deal with aggressively walking Dan, and we just saw what that might possibly look like, and I am excited for that. Yeah, but first, current athletes giving the thumbs up again, getting ready for round 2. Let's see what's going to happen.
We've had a couple of comments wondering if this is chill on the mic, and it is, and I have the magical Yo Bear with me also. And yeah, that's 2 bears on the mic, which makes for some Slack banter. So, and we're off. Clean start from Sascha, but Vidal gets that instant pace, but Sascha's pushing. Look at that. He's not just keeping up. Is he pulling in on Vidal? It's hard to tell from the drone angle. I'm sure Vidal knows. He is right behind him. Look at that. Sascha is strong, and Vidal is keeping it clean. I think he's learnt some lessons from the competition. It's looking good, and Vidal crosses with the clean walk and just powers through to the anchor. Look at that. I mean, that part of a slackline, if you don't know, is so hard to walk comparatively to the rest of it. And just the power and the strength is obvious with Vidal. Oh, yeah.
Oh man, the instant love from the community there is great. I'm sure he's so happy he's made it to the podium. Also, a little shout out to Vidal's shirt. Everybody, you can see Benoit's signature. Everybody signed it. I'm sure it's a great memory from what happened here these days for him.
Sascha, they're showing multiple skills because he can. Gotta love it. Look at that clean split. Just beautiful. Oh yes, Vidal is getting back on the line. I think we all want to see more Vidal. I think we're going to see a little something out of Vidal. What's he going to do? There is always something special coming out of the slackline crew. It's just beautiful. Woo! Multi-talented humans. So we had another 38 from Vidal, showing he's walking. That's his consistent walk. I'm quite sure that he knows he can go faster, but he's just making sure. And yes, it's helping us all push and find that other level. Well played, Sascha. 41, which is 4 seconds faster than his qualifying rounds. So it just shows how much inspiration we can all get from people pushing the boundaries.
It's just so beautiful to see how much these people improve just on these, just on these couple of sessions, couple of rides. Like, man, and beautiful. Sascha hopping on Vidal and giving him a big ol' hug. Man, what beautiful to see. What a great community.
So, straight after this, we have coming to you live the finals of the LAAX Highline World Championships Speedline. Anything can happen, as we have learnt. And I could not be more excited to see who is going to be the number one speedliner. I know who's number one for me, but yeah, at the same time, anything can happen in competition, and yeah, who will be taking that number one? I mean, I forget, but there's some pretty big prize money on the table. I mean, yeah, slackliners are classically what we call dirtbags that live modest lifestyle to then put so much passion into something which isn't particularly well known and rarely rewarded. But the Swiss Slackline Association has put on an incredible event for us up here. It's amazing to see the organisation and the funding created to make something like this happen for a new evolving sport. So I cannot thank them enough, and also LAAX and Flims for hosting, making it all possible, as this is just a small evolutionary step in something that's becoming a real sport, and I think everyone can see it's an exciting spectacle.
It's just beautiful. I just want to point out again, just a couple of seconds ago we had the leaderboards up, and you can see Sascha's times going from a 59 to a 57 to a 49, I think, if I remember correctly, down to a 41. I mean, that's just every round huge leaps, It's just beautiful to see these people push so hard out there to achieve what they just did. It's really gorgeous.
And as we are live today, do feel free to comment in on the live stream. You can ask our athletes questions. We'll be having athletes come in all day for you today. And we've got the Speedline finals coming up. And then this afternoon, starting at 2 o'clock, we will have the first Highline World Championships for freestyle highlining. And just the qualifiers were astonishing. It was exceptional to see the level being pushed to a level of consistent performance, with pressure, with altitude, with sun, with all of these variables coming through. The athletes haven't had much time up here to practice, and it just shows that they've calibrated to something new so quickly that to call them athletes is, for me, becoming an understatement. It's got to be difficult to become an athlete in something that's so new.
Just to give everybody some insight on how it is out here. I mean, there's barely any clouds. We are full in the sun out on the lines there, and we're quite high up. And you can see in some of the drone shots the stairs leading up to the top of the roof, and I see some of the athletes, you know, come up the stairs and they're a bit out of breath just from that. You know, it's really different out here up high, and man, out there in the sun and out there with this altitude and them performing like they're doing is just, man, it's awe-inspiring to watch. Really incredible. Yeah, there we get that drone shot again. See the stairs. They're not that many stairs, but man, something to do with the height. It just gets you tired.
The altitude is real. We are here on the top of a mountain, literally, in LAAX, Switzerland, and it is an absolute privilege to be around these high-level slackline athletes. The beautiful organisation and community-driven work that makes an event like this happen for me is priceless. So, thank you to all organisers, and thank you Slack Universe as well for creating the evolution that makes this happen. As it's something that's pretty much a community-driven sport at the moment. It's getting some amount of traction within communities, creating associations and things, but really it's only been 10 years from a completely random dirtbag weirdo group of people that occasionally would meet up in festivals that were pretty much always barely legal to now organised festivals insured all around the world, and there's a real community that you can get involved in, and I am myself am so lucky to have lasting friendships all around the world that for me it's amazing that I feel I can almost go anywhere and feel like I have a home within a community that you instantly get brought into like a family, and for me it's just endless inspiration.
It's so lovely to see, you know, how even when it looks big and organized in a way, I mean, comparatively still quite small, but for slacklining, this is definitely huge. It's just so beautiful to see still that love and that community, like out there on the roofs and out here in the building. I mean, it's gorgeous, really. It's not just the athletes and the performances that are awe-inspiring, but yeah, I think we're really grateful to everybody that made this happen, and to LAAX, to Flims, to the GALAAXY, like from all the ISA organization, and it's a real beauty of an event here. It's something special for sure.
So please do stick around, because the final of the Speedline World Championships is soon to happen. We've had the announcement, and it will not be long before we get to see who is crowned the fastest slackliner. But I want to see another round from Vidal personally. So here we have some of the freestyle athletes warming up, giving you a little insight into what we'll be seeing this afternoon. We had a kamikaze from then Timam and a Yodoro from Tanya coming through with skills.
Something you see on the right there with Jordy is you can really see what's a big part of trick highlining is what happens when your line starts to surf. You can see him shaking to the left and to the right, and maybe for the untrained eye, it's interesting to know that the line does not just go up and down. There's a huge potential for your inputs to start pushing it left and right, and that's a real big part of the difficulty. It's not just to balance on something that's in one place, but it can really move all over the place. And man, to do that kind of dynamic movement on such a wiggly object, it always baffles me. It's beautiful to see.
Portugiesisch, Spanisch und so gemischt zum Kommunizieren.
So, we don't just have live freestyle today, we also have live freestyle tomorrow. So you can tune in tomorrow for the ladies freestyle highline world championships. And personally, I like watching the ladies more than the boys. Personally, I mean, I'm not sure what's going on. He's giving. Oh, he's a. I think Dan is a wonderful man. He's giving us a little bit of tuition there on how we tie in, and yeah, that's the most important thing, is that when we tie in, that you take your time, you make sure you do it correctly, as yeah, it's one of the most integral points of highline safety. And then we always make sure to buddy check each other. So yeah, looking out for each other as a community is so important, especially when it comes to competition and pressure.
Dan's currently getting a nice live buddy check of about 196 people, so you know, definitely has been checked there. It's really important. I mean, it's our own like non-redundant part of the system. It's the only part that you really can't mess up. So it's always important to, you know, check each other, even though you might feel like you're safe. It's always good to check up and make sure together that we're safe out there.
So we've had Joshi, or Joshua, step into the room. He's one of the speediest men alive on a slackline as well. And I'm interested, who do you think is going to take the final, Yosh? Who's your money on?
Well, that's a really good question now. Before I've seen like the one Daniel against Vidal, I was pretty sure Benoit is faster than Daniel, but Daniel is full of surprises. He's super fast. We saw how fast he can run, and he can definitely put some pressure on Benoit. Benoit definitely has like the more ambitious to win this final. He was training hard for this. Was full focus on for multiple weeks on this event, full on, and Dan was, I guess, quite relaxed about this. How Dan is, it's just like, oh, that's a competition, whatever. The weeks before, I do whatever I want to. Maybe he went for a few runs on the speed line and just like try to push himself a little bit, but I guess he has like really the advantage of performing. He knows he can deal with pressure. He is relaxed. He doesn't take it too serious. So I guess he's much more calm than Benoit at the moment. So let's see. It's good possible that there's another surprise coming up. We will see.
And Joshi, what time would you guess we will see in the finals?
You see here Dan fighting hard on the line, making a bit of a show. So the times, that's quite hard, because that's we saw it also like earlier this morning. It can be sometimes not super fast, like times 1 to 1 minute, but they're still close. It always depends what the person next to you is doing. If you see the person next to you is not super fast, you're not going full risk. And if you see the person next to you is going really fast, you need to take more risk, and it can massively change the time in the end. But if they are full on going, which is good possible, then we could get around like 35 seconds or so. We'll see, 35 to 40 seconds, that's my guess.
It would be incredible to see if any one of them will push past the 34 mark. I mean, that would be insane. I'm gonna Dan taking another whipper. Man, if any of them breaks the 34, I'm gonna shake right off this chair. Just gonna lay her on the floor.
I completely agree. I mean, I would put the smart money on Benoit, but I think Dan has the capability to surprise and excite. I think that's one of his greatest talents. As you can see there, he's not just your average slackliner. He can turn everything into a performance. So yeah, the adaptability of the man is something special. So who knows what could happen.
How much time did you think Dan took on this crossing? So it's quite a fast one, I reckon.
I think he's just enjoying himself. Augustin has joined us in the room. So, who do you think is going to take the final, my good sir?
Benoit has now a lot of pressure. He was expecting to compete against Vidal, and he was just going to be there to enjoy the fight and try to do his best, because, well, he thinks Vidal is ahead of him in skills and speed. But here, now he has the full pressure because Benoit is looking at Dan, who's really. Dan has been improving every round. He's been gaining 5 seconds per round so far. So that's just crazy. If Dan keeps going the same way, Benoit is under a lot of pressure.
I mean, if he improves another 5 seconds, he's at the 33-second mark. So that would be quite something to see, definitely. Oh. Benoit's giving the note. It's good to see them having fun out there.
I wish I could communicate. Excuse me. I wish I could communicate with Dan and say, open that shirt as well. I want to see you both fly. Come on, show some skin. Please, the ladies.
Couldn't agree more on that, honestly.
Okay, please, everyone.
Okay, both of the athletes, or Daniel taking a little lie down.
So they are just soaking in the sun, getting themselves in the zone. I think you can see slackliners aren't taking it too seriously as generally. But yeah, the pressure will be real.
He is a true performer after all. I'm sure he's, he's making it look like he's having a fun time, but I'm sure somewhere in that head of his, he's like, oh, I want to give it a go. I want to go fast. Oh, man, what a race this is going to be.
So, athletes are ready. Let's bring everyone in for extra excitement for the finals. I want full intensity for support. Please comment with us if you like. Show your stoke in any language.
This is the final. The first of these two to win 2 rounds.
So we're getting ready to start.
Speedline champion, world champion, here in LAAX.
The silence is deafening.
We've got Mark there on the mic, one of the long-term organisers in Switzerland.
The athletes ready?
Great MC coming through.
Rebecca, do you want to do the honors?
And we're getting ready.
Okay, let's start the finals.
And we are getting ready to start.
Set, go.
And they're off. And look at this. Dan is looking strong. It looks like he's had an incredible start there. Can Benoit reel him in? Can we get the side-on angle? It looks closer now. Benoit's reeling it in. And we have... It looks like he's pulling it. Oh, Dan's had a misstep. Oh, can Benoit finish? We're coming up to the red marks here. What's going to happen? He's running. He is running. Look at that. I want to see the time. What do we think, guys?
Benoit is like a slow start, but then you speed it up towards the end. Below 40, but I think not 35.
Yeah, below 40, I think.
I'm going to go with 39.5. That's what I'm saying. What are you saying, Joshi? I want a number.
38.2.
38, Benoit.
So that's 38.44 for Benoit. So that just shows the capability of these humans. And for Dan? And for Dan, 41.81. It just is pushing. That's... So, we just had it communicated that Benoit hasn't broken past that before. So, he's in the 30 seconds in the final, which, yeah, is just shows the pressure is keeping him moving and not making him fall. So stoke for Benoit is real. He has put in the time, he's put in the practice, and not letting the pressure get to him.
Yeah, it's quite exciting. Like seeing like Daniel's start was like really strong, and I thought like, whoa, that's hard for Benoit. But then Benoit showed his class and like just like was flying past Dan, and then one wrong step of Dan, and you just need to stabilize the line, and the other person is going fast. You're like, nah. On this short distance, it was like super hard. On like a long distance, like 200-meter run or so, then you can have like a shake and you just can keep up again. But you need like 30-40 meter to make like the difference again. So yeah.
So we've had a few questions about the rig today, and we've been off and haven't said it for a while. So Augustin, could you describe the rig to us quickly that we're using today for the Speedline competition?
Well, the rig is mainly, the part they're working on is only Y2K, so Dyneema webbing from Slacktivity, very lightweight, and the backup is the same. And at the end bit towards which they're walking, there is roughly 5 meters of LSD tube from Slacktivity again, nylon tubular, very stretchy, which makes the line bounce a bit on this length, but it's both very lightweight overall and comfortable to leash full or to walk fast. The backup is just long enough to make the loops nice.
So yeah, we went for safer backup rather than loopy backup because safety should always matter first. As you may be used to seeing big backup loops, we've kept them classy here for safety reasons. And
I forgot to say that the whole line is 100 meter long and they're running over a 60 meter section. So yeah, this line is really easy by Highline standards, but the point is to have a good show of speed.
Perfect, thank you, Augustin. So the guys are just chilling out there. Always nice to see. Who knows, they might even just start freestyling for fun.
Just gonna cartwheel the way across the line, I reckon.
I was thinking about it. I don't know if I could actually beat Vidal on a hangover. I'm not actually sure. And yeah, is Benoit gonna show he can beat Vidal times on feet?
Maybe if you get really off level. I reckon with the slack board you can get there.
Thanks, Yobert. So we have the finals coming up. And they are off. That's another quick start by Dan. It shows he's got his mount really down there. That gives him that quick advantage. Learning from the Vidal style of just sending the weight forward. But Benoit has this ability to reel in with these quick steps. Pushing against the large stride of Dan. What are we going to have here? It looks like Benoit's pulled ahead. It's hard to tell. Yes, it looks like Benoit's in front, and we're coming up to the red tapes now. Will he hold it? Yeah. I think we are best out of 5 for the. I think we are best out of 5. I'm not 100%, but I remember hearing this. So, and yeah, dance moves and celebration from Benoit. I'm not sure. We're checking with the judges. It might have turned to best of 3 for time constraints. We'll find out now. So Benoit just got 37 point. And Dan's time was 40.94. Benoit showing some beautiful strength there, planching on the line like a pro. Not easy to do at that length. And do we have another round coming? Is it best out of 5? We need to know. Is Benoit champion? Benoit is our official champion. The Flying Frenchman has done it. The rider of the fog. He is an incredible human. The stoke of the man is real. It's beautiful to see him crushing the goal and winning the world championship. I knew he could do it, but yeah, that is amazing.
That's 2 races with a 3-second difference. I mean, it's not that much, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were going fast out there. Incredible. Oh, and the love of the community. There we go. And the big hug between the two men. Ah, what a good time.
So we will be showing the stoke to you for a few more minutes, and then we are treated to a lunch break. Do make sure you join us for then the Freestyle World Championships at 2 o'clock today. That's Central European time of 2 o'clock today. So we have an hour and 15 minutes until we have the Freestyle Highline World Championships coming through. We hope you enjoyed the Speedline. It came with some epic emotions, some real disappointment, some real evolution, and a whole bucket load of stoke.
Huge bucket load of stoke. I couldn't say it any better, Chill.
Joshi, what do you think? Are you more excited for Speedline or Highline Freestyle? I'm saying for you personally.
That's a really good question, but I'm looking really forward for the freestyle because there we will see like really spectacular tricks and it might be close. But also Speedline has like their thing, it's like easy, you see it directly, it's head on head. It's like easy to understand who's in the lead, but I think the more spectacular thing is like the freestyle, really seeing all the flips, seeing the crazy tricks and seeing the people, athletes pushing each other like to crazy levels.
I'm personally going to be training both. I'll get back to freestyle at some point. So, yeah, I look forward to riding the stoke off these incredible athletes, and I hope you will too. We are indeed having a question from Liam Slackline. We are hoping to upload these later as well, so you can rewatch, and there will be professional edits coming through afterwards of highlights. But at the moment, the plan is to upload the live stream. This could change, so please do tune in and watch it live, as it isn't 100% if it will be uploaded. But I will try and check for you to get back to you at 2 o'clock to make sure these will be uploaded in full. As great to watch live, and I hope you join us at 2 o'clock, as we hope they will be uploaded, but you better join us. You better join us at 2 o'clock to make sure.
Two guys for some epic trick line highline freestyle action.
So we have a short replay for you of the final coming up, and then we'll be taking a small break. So please join us in an hour and 15 minutes for the Freestyle World Championships. We've got amazing athletes from all around the globe pushing the limits of what is possible on a slackline. We've just seen what's possible in speed, but what is possible in freestyle. So, thank you very much for watching. I hope everyone's enjoyed, and please tune in for the epic battles that will ensue. So we have got battle style freestyle championships. It's gonna be non-stop go. In that when someone falls, then the other person starts their battle. So it's going to be non-stop action from 3 slack lines, 2 athletes battling it out. And yeah, you're going to want to tune in for 2 o'clock and the Freestyle World Championships.
See you later. I'm really excited.
So, welcome back everyone to the LAAX Highline World Championships. We are getting ready for the freestyle competition as we speak. So we will very soon have not just drone shots but camera angles of the best slackline athletes fighting out battle style for the Freestyle World Champions. Here we have Yo Bear again, and we have another special guest. I'll get him to introduce himself, and we should have freestylers joining you from all around the world for commentary as well. So do feel free to leave your comments if you want to ask any of the freestylers questions.
Hello everyone, I am Jordi from Mallorca, Spain, and I'm gonna be helping with the commentators. And we're gonna be very soon on action.
Yes. And this is Joe Bear back on the mic, ready to watch some cool, bouncy, flippy stuff. Very exciting. I think we're all just people getting warmed up out there and figuring some stuff out, but we should start soon. But you can't get sick of these beautiful drone shots.
It is a treat. We have 360 views here of the beautiful mountains in Switzerland. We're up at the top of LAAX at the GALAAXY. They host many events up here you might be familiar with. And today we have the LAAX Highline World Championships. As Yobo mentioned, we're going to have all the flippy, spinny shit for you right here. I think that's possibly the best way to describe freestyle highlining. As you can see there from Raf, it is just exceptional, the spins and rotations these humans are doing on a 1-inch piece of webbing. They are flying. So we have here Jordi, one of our experienced freestylers. He was competing yesterday. And how did you find the lines, and what do you think of the freestyling out here?
The lines are very nice. Shout out to all the riggers and the organization. They had done an excellent job. because we have 3 lines about more or less the same length and as exactly as they can be, and we have 3 dynos, 1 dyno on each line, and we have like a 1 loose line, 1 medium tight line, and 1 tight line, and we can ask for the tensions we want that we want to get. So shout out to the riggers, and the level is high. Like the level is like super high, super hard to compete here.
Yeah, it's incredible. Shout out to Santi as well for doing all the stitching. But here on the screen we can see the roster. So these are the finalists. We've got Ian and Sebastian, Davis versus Richard, David versus Emil, and Raphael versus Alexian. So man, what an exciting roster. Just, going to be so interesting to see what's going to happen out here at the end of the day.
The resting minute has finished, so Raphael, are you ready to start? Judges, are you ready? The people is ready. Excellent. Let's get it started in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Make some noise for Rap!
So here we have Raf, our first competitor, stepping up to the plate. He is one of our most experienced freestyler. I almost think of him as the Rodney Mullen of slacklining, that he pushed freestyling in the early days and was landing tricks people thought were impossible. He first threw a Yoda roll on a waterline and actually landed on it, and was the first person landing flips and spins consistently. So we've got Alexian stepping up here now. He is representing France, one of their most experienced freestylers, super clean, super stylish. As you can see, he makes difficult tricks look easy.
So we got Alexian going hard already. We got the Richie roll, 2 feet, landing it, and goes to sofa bounce again. And wow, stylish. The little grab again to sofa bounce, 2 feet. Let's see what he got. He drops to rocket and 2 feet. I missed that one, but he recovers and goes to feet and stops. Yeah, now it's Raf's turn.
I think it's good to give a little background on the format of these. So it's basically a battle style. One athlete will try to land a combo, and when they fail or they finished, they give the sign and we move on to the next one. So it'll be a non-stop action of tricks out here.
Incredible tricks there from Raf with the front roll from backdrop. Backdrop pulls it round into chest. Beautiful rocket, clean as anything. Straight into Yoda roll, land clean as well, very nice. So we've also got Joshi here joining us today. How are you enjoying the competitions?
It's really nice, really exciting. I'm really excited about like these finals now and for this ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see what these two are coming up with. There's already some hard stuff, and I think it will just get harder.
Alexian setting up with a big bounce, going for the back flop, very nice, pulls it off.
Very nice black flop there.
Looking very smooth and comfortable out there. Dropping into butt, goes for a little flare to feet.
Flare to feet.
Down into rocket. Clean rocket mount, very nice.
Beautiful clean tricks here.
Awesome, Alexian stops the time.
As you can see, the battle format keeps the action going for the people at home. So Raf's taking advantage of a 10-second break you can utilize in case he needs to catch his breath, as freestyling at this altitude is particularly difficult. Raf there with the no-handed steez on the Korean. Looking super balanced, beautiful panic roll to feet. Rocket, and where's he going to take it? Handstand pop, very nice. And straight back to feet, super clean. Dropping into sofa, but that wasn't him stopping his run, that was just steez. And going for the almighty, comes around with the catch and back to sofa. So the creativity of the highliners, they can adjust their tricks in the air at any second to keep combos going. Super skillful. We also have Sascha joining us back here. Do you want to whip out a bit of commentary on Alexian?
Yeah, it looks amazing what he's doing. Super clean, both of them. And yeah, I'm super excited to see this, guys. Also when I'm a little bit sad to not being able to freestyle in the moment. But also happy to not have to compete against these guys. They are strong and clean.
Beautiful Nevermind with the stees. Coming through with huge bounces. Big trick coming up. Almighty. Couldn't quite hold it.
Gotta love all of those little pops and stees that Alexian consistently shows. Just these nice little kicks, and it's just so beautiful to see. Really amazing.
So we got one guy asking how are the points going on the freestyle competition. So shout out to first to our amazing judges. They are doing a splendid job. And the points are separated in 4 categories. We have combo and style, we have difficulty of the tricks, we have variation, and we have also wow factor. And they get all the points with all those sections, and then they do the math. And also to mention, here we will have some best tries at the end of their rounds. They have 3 tries to do their best trick and impress us.
Almighty flip, so close to held, and him showing his skills there of just being able to manipulate the line and having a good time. Beautiful work there from the guys. I'm not sure if Alexian has any more time coming through. He has 15 seconds left, if you couldn't hear that. Those big bounces and that backdrop looking clean. Almighty held well. Beautiful work there from the guys, taking on the pressure.
I cannot emphasize enough the difficulty of landing these tricks on command.
It's always so wonderful seeing these lines close together and seeing the athletes communicate with each other while they're doing what they're doing, just to share the stoke and share the love, really. It's really gorgeous.
Look at the beautiful landscape. It's amazing. Gotta say, as a freestyle athlete, gotta say the thing I like the most is have some parallel lines and be with my friends, and this is the most amazing for me about freestyling.
Oh, that finishes the round, all right. So now we're going to have the best trick. Now it's coming back.
So looks like they are now preparing for the best trick. So they are calming down the line and just getting it nice and steady. And the format works like this, that both of them decide what they want to do for a best trick. So there is just one trick, not a combo. And they need to decide beforehand what they're going for, so they cannot change it in between. And everyone has 3 tries. So one will start, it's not really clear. It looks a bit like Raf will go first. So he is going for the first try. If he sticks it, all good. Otherwise, Alexian is going for his try. So Raf is turning into exposure, getting some bounce, and let's see what he is coming up with. Might be a almighty flip, not really clear. Let's see. trying to get a nice and steady big bounce. Oh, he's going for the double Yoda and he sticks it first try. Nice, nice. So
Stucks the turtle roll. Pablo Signoret was the first one ever to land that. What a beautiful trick. First try as well. Amazing.
Definitely one of the most difficult tricks to be seen. So excellent work there from Raf, pulling out the doubles. It's not really what we expected from him, as he's Mr. Consistent, but landing the big tricks. It is anybody's game now, indeed. So Alexian's going to have to step it up. What are we going to see here? You can see the concentration, the tension. It really matters now. What's he going to do? Looking for stability. Backflip to feet with the stees on the landing. Super solid. Epic play. Beautiful work. I mean, these athletes just landing these tricks first try, it just shows the level of skill. Truly amazing.
What an incredible thing for both of these athletes to just first try both of their hard trick attempts. That's amazing because they get 3 tries, right? If I'm correct? Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's blind. Let's see what he does now.
So Raf has been known for this for many years. He is a blind line Jedi. He was landing technical tricks blind before anyone else was landing them at all. So what will he do? Oh my god! Oh my god! What a freak of a human. It's beautiful. Epic. That is astonishing. Oh! Trying to compete with the blind lining. What is going to happen? Are we going to see the same trick again, or is he mixing it up? Oh!
The crowd goes wild. Let's go. Alexian stepping up to the challenge, seeing what his neighbor does and going, oh, I can give that a try.
Epic from Alexian. That man deserves to lie down for that. So clean, so smooth. I mean, you could see how he landed it on the not so blind attempt, and yeah, it couldn't have been cleaner. So just shows man doesn't even need eyes. What do you guys think about that as experienced freestylers? How hard is it to land blind tricks?
It's super hard. We gotta say it's super hard because the perception of the eyes is super important to us. And to land this level of the tricks blindfold, it's just amazing. It's from another world.
It's fucking incredible. I still can't believe it. That they're just landing first try blindfolded, backflip. What the fuck? And now let's see if Rafa is doing his double Yoda blindfolded. If he's able to stick it. Would be fucking amazing. His first try was really close, and now let's see. Ale. Oh!
He landed on it, but still in a squat. I have seen Raf hold in that position, but he couldn't quite pull it out of the bag. Still amazing, amazing feats. And Alexian stepping up. So we have Raf from Switzerland, and we also have Alexian from France. He's pushing huge amplitude. Oh my god! He could have taken it to Nevermind, but it's a single trick, so he needed to land it in one bounce, as this is best trick that we are whipping out here.
So someone is asking who are the judges? For the slackliners out there, probably most of you are gonna know them. We have Rory from New Zealand, Rory Stephenson. We have Enzo from France. Also we have Axel from Germany. We got Augustin from France as well. And also we got Isidro from Chile.
And if you have any questions at home about the freestyle competition, how it's working, the experience of the athletes, do feel free to ask. We've got athletes in the room. You're welcome to ask your questions away. So please do interact with us. If you have any questions, feel free to comment, as we are on a live stream. So this is not pre-recorded. Everything you're seeing here is live at the GALAAXY in LAAX, and this is the first Highline World Championship ever held, put on by the Swiss Slackline Association. So we're going to have more freestyling for you all afternoon, and we've got all of the best athletes that have qualified for the Freestyle World Championship.
As we prepare for the next battle, for all the people watching this, let us know in the comments who you think won this round. And also I gotta say, this is just the quarterfinals, and you have seen the level. They have strategies, but one thing for sure, I'm telling you, they cannot save anything. Here you have to go big. If you save anything, you are risking it to lose it. So go big or go home.
All right. Looks like Ian on the mic here. It's really incredible stuff, really, for to start out with seeing double Yoda rolls and blind backflops getting landed to feet. Like, that's incredible for a first round. Just amazing work from these guys. Can't wait for what's to come, really.
So this red area is where the athletes should be doing their tricks so that they are a little more safe out there. And finally, you may have noticed this second line hanging off of the main line that's very loose. This is the backup line, and this is for safety. In the event that the main line fails, the backup will catch the athlete. A secondary function of the backup line is it adds a little bit of stability to the line. So it's all about finding a balance here at the Highline Freestyle World Championship.
Okay, making my way up to the top to announce the winner of the first quarterfinal.
So we had Ian there explaining about the lines we've got today, and we've got Webbing from Slacktivity helping sponsor this event, which is brilliant of the company. And we've got 3 different lines here, all very similar lengths, only the outside one is slightly longer. And then we have different tensions, so the athletes can choose between 2.2, 1.8 and 2.5, 2.6. So we've got varied tensions here. That's the baseline tension, so with the athletes not on the line. And then we are slacklining on pink tube. And what we have is the webbing in the middle as a trick line zone being red tube. So we've had that stitched together. And we have Alexian as the winner. That must have been close. We couldn't quite get them both in shot there, but there they are. And Alexian went through. We should have the results coming through to you soon on what their scores were. And yeah, I think that blind landing definitely took it for Alexian, as they were both strong, clean runs. They both came through with the style, consistency, but landing that blind backflip to feet, just, yeah, that is, I mean, it's not a 1 in a million as he has got that consistent, but that's a big trick to land live in competition. So, as I was mentioning, what we have is a red tube trick line zone in the middle. So that is a more robust nylon webbing, so that it can take more damage from leash falls. And then the rest of the line either side is pink tube. And we have them both on oranges from rad rigs, as that makes it completely adjustable both sides, so we can easily move the trick zone to wherever we want in the line. And as you can see, we've got this beautiful rig up here in LAAX, Switzerland.
Little shout out to Santi as well for being the one who stitched these lines together. Yeah, El Patron, sewing master. Yeah, getting these rat tube trick bound sessions in. So our next athletes are getting out to the line. Giving a nice wave to the audience there. Alright, let's see.
So they are doing their warm-up. We got on the right Davis Hermes from America, from the USA of America. And we got Richard. Richard is the local slackliner here. He's from Switzerland. And they're gonna do a warm-up, probably of 5 minutes. And they're gonna start their run. And for out of curiosity, if you wanna know, Davis line on the right probably has like around 2.5 kilonewtons, and in the middle I think we have a line around 1.8, 2 kilonewtons, and the left line, the outside line, is around 2.2, probably the line Alexian was on. And we got questions from people watching the streaming. Question to freestyle athletes: do you train flexibility specifically, and if yes, what do you practice? Active, passive, stretches, yoga? Personally, I like to do some yoga. I'm not a super flexible guy, but the yoga helps me relieve the pain and stay a little flexible that I can, and apart from little workout. This question I will let Sascha answer because he's one of the most flexible guys I ever seen. So Sascha, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I do quite some stretching. First to just like prevent injuries and stuff, and second I got like the trick with the split, so like going in a split on the high line and then doing a roll around it and landing to feet. And yeah, for this you definitely need to be flexible. So yeah, and also I'm now training for my side split because this would be also amazing. But I'm still quite far. And yeah, just like for some tricks you need flexibility, so it's definitely helpful. For a lot of other tricks it's also helpful, like just standing up and whatever. In the moment we see okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we see Davis and Richard throwing crazy tricks on the line. And yeah, fuck, it's they're going crazy already in the warm-up, so I'm really excited to see the runs, because normally you're holding back in the warm-up, not going full in to not exhaust yourself too much, especially in this altitude, because it's very hard to yeah, do a lot of freestyle. Wow, double can of soup, ooh la la, amazing tricks, yeah.
So we've got some questions from the chat. Slackmate asks what connectors are being used for the trick zone. So the trick zone is stitched straight into the line, so there's no connectors at all, except for some nice strong threads from El Patron. And the other question is, has anyone come close to landing a cartwheel in a bounce? I will pass this question on to my fellow trickliners next to me.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ian has tried it. I don't know, I don't recall if he has landed it or...
Ian has tried it and landed it. I've actually landed it too.
Ooh la la!
Charles in the game.
I also think like
there is a connection in the.
Wow! Double Yoda from Davis.
Crazy tricks.
For warming up.
We are super excited to see this runs. I think like the connection. There is actually a connection between the trick zone. There's like a T loop for the backup. Yeah. Yes. So like a connection between mainline and backup line with T loops and a quick link. And yeah.
So again, the trick zone, the red tool in the middle is Stitch, and we have some T loops for the backup. And I don't know what they put there, maybe some Mayons or stuff. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, they just released this line for sale. So if I'm not mistaken, probably you can find it on slacktivity.com and buy this kind of setup for your freestyle sessions.
And now also the results are in for the previous one. So whoever is interested, I would like explain a bit how is the judging working. So they're like overall now in this, in the final ones, in the battle modes, there are like 5 categories how you can collect points. And the first category is like difficulty, and then they're like all of the points are getting, all of the tricks having like a certain level and accordingly points. And you can get a maximum of 45 points. And here, like the results between Alexian and Raphael was Alexian got like the full points, 45 points, which is in this case always the case. The first person get the full 45 points, and then the second place gets like accordingly how much tricks he landed, and that was for Raf 30 points. Then the next one is combo, so how many tricks do you do in a row, like behind each other. So on the screen is like there's like a different for my tablet sheet, but in combo points it counts like how many tricks do you do after each other. So how long are you keep on bouncing and doing each bounce like a new trick and doing new things, and also like how do you combine those tricks. So like 2 hard tricks after each other is much harder than doing like easy trick in between. And here got Alexian also like slightly ahead, is like with 21 points overall in the combo score, versus like 16.5 points of Raf. And control and style is like about how clean are you bouncing, what is your style, are you having style elements, how are you clean bouncing, do you look stylish, and also do you have no leash falls or other interruptions. And here actually Raf had like a higher score. I need to do a bit of math. Raf has like 20 points in this category, and Alexian has 17 points in this category. So Raf is slightly ahead of here. The wow factor is like then at the judges can give like extra points, like if they think it's like worth it for any surprising trick or anything. They're saying okay, that's like a wow thing. And here like Alexian got 3 points and Raf got 1.25 points, and then best trick, maximum 20 points are possible. And here Alexian got 18 points for his like blindfolded backflip, and Raf got 16 points for his double Yoda roll. So overall scores, Alexian got 104 points and Raf got 83 points.
So I'll just repeat those final scores for you quickly. The total score Alexian got is 104 and Raf was 83.2. Now we have the next round starting. Davis is one of the most exciting freestylers on the scene right now. Some of the biggest tricks in the game come out of him consistently. So get ready for a show. So it's Davis Hermes. He's representing America and just throwing big consistent tricks. As you can see there, clean combo, knows when to stop the run, keeping things careful and in control. Here we have Richard. He is like a highline bunny rabbit with high energy, high movement, high spins. You can see all the 6 spins, twists and flips out of him, and he comes in with consistency. So he has won a number of competitions around Switzerland, as he has ability to land in all kinds of ways and keep combos going on endlessly with his level of fitness. Keeping it clean though, locking it in. It makes sense for athletes to, if they get a slightly surfy bounce, call that a run, because then they can start another clean bounce. But long combos pay off here, so if you can keep one going, it's gonna be good for your overall score.
I think another interesting thing to note for maybe new watchers is to talk a little bit about the leash management. So our athletes are obviously doing these tricks safely while being tied in, and a huge part of especially doing these long combos is making sure that you know where your leash is. So you'll occasionally see them grab it and quickly put it out of place, and it's really a whole different thing. All right, nice little combo again from Davis.
So it's Richie's turn. A little background on the athletes. Probably most of you have seen activity videos about Richie going crazy in the park on the long lines. And about Davis, if you have been into trick lining, you probably know long time ago Davis was a trick liner. He was the kid competing in competitions as GoPro Vale in Colorado and other competition. And now he's crushing here on the freestyle. And here we have Richie still going for the kamikaze shoulder. Wow, wow, double, ooh, almost double shoulder roll to shoulder. And then he stops, going again to Davis.
So we had a clean combo from Davis before, landing a can of soup, a difficult trick, followed by a Yoda, and then locking in those points. So I think we're going to see some big moves from Davis here, as we know he has doubles along with stees in his bag of tricks. Huge amplitude with style. Double can of soup being thrown. Oh, he can't quite hold it. I've seen him land this trick consistently, but he had a slight over rotation. The excitement might be getting to him, but we know he can do it. Back to Richard. Is he going to go again for the double? No, just taking it back to mount, taking it carefully. He obviously hadn't lined it up properly. Ooh! And then into back roll. What's he going to pull out of the bag now? I think he's got to land some big tricks to compete with Davis. Ooh. And that's how easy it is to miss the line on these technical tricks. He's keeping it going though. As he hasn't leash fooled, his time hasn't stopped. And clean back roll there. It just shows how difficult that is to land to feet. And the double shoulder roll! Epic trick. That is one of the hardest moves in the bag. Not as difficult as some of the feet-to-feet things, but to handle the shoulder compression on that move is simply strong. I still can't believe Alexian landed the back roll to feet blind. I mean, just seeing, yeah, it's such a hard trick. It's epic.
Somebody in the comments is asking if the webbings are the same on the three lines, and they are. They're all basically the same setup, just slightly different lengths and tensions. Wow, nice almighty there. And then back Yoda. Wow, amazing. Such consistency.
Let's see what he's got. He's going big, big bounce, big bounce. Dubs to sit bounce. Double can of soup, he sticks it. Back Yoda, he sticks it. Front Yoda, he sticks it. Let's go, let's go.
Yes. Let's go. Amazing.
He keeps on going. I think he has some time left. Whoa, back almighty. Oh, he goes off. One thing, 1 hour before the competition, I just met Davis and he told me like his strategy was like go big or go home. As I told you, here you cannot save anything, even if they're the quarterfinals. You have to go big. They are the best in the world. There's nothing better than this.
What do you think about those linkings of those combos, Sascha? I mean, as an experienced freestyler as well, what do you think?
It's incredible, like especially in a competition. It's like not a video where you have like 100 tries to get this done. It's like such high level combo, and like then on a live competition just like throwing it and landing everything. It's fucking amazing. Incredible.
As you can see there, we've got a busy crowd enjoying the show. We've got people coming from all around to watch this today. And now we're going to see the really big tricks. Just 'cause he can. Straight off the bat. Beautiful work there. So the trick afterwards was just for fun. That was his big trick attempt there. Throwing a double back Yoda. Just first try. Steers at 100 degrees. Gotta love it.
We've seen some amazing best tricks now, and so far, all of them has landed them first try. We've seen a double front Yoda, a double back Yoda, and then the nice back flop to feet. Like, incredible. I can't wait to see what Richie's going to pull out of the bag.
Just so you know, all those best tricks 1 or 2 years ago, they were impossible tricks for most of the highliners, and now you've seen them doing it first try in a live competition with all the pressure, because you have to know that during competition, even if you are the best in the world, there is a lot of pressure, because you have 1 minute, you have 2 minutes going to do your thing, and there is pressure. Even if you don't want it, there is pressure, and they are landing the stuff on point. And we got Richie taking a little break. What do you guys think he's gonna do?
With Richie, I've been watching him for at least 5 years, playing in the park and playing on highlines, and I never know what he's gonna do. He seems to have this, cat-like capability to flip and spin and twist in all kinds of ways that, I don't know what his big trick might be. Have you got any ideas, Sascha?
No idea. I really don't know what he's going for. We will see very soon.
He may only choose one trick to attempt. Once he decides which trick he wants to try, he is locked in.
So, what is he gonna choose? So, that last combo wasn't his big trick. That was actually part of his run. I was mistaken. I thought it was a big trick. So, sorry, audience. I thought that was him throwing. Oh! So, is that a double almighty attempt or an almighty into Yoda? I think almighty.
This trick is called Holy Grail, and it's one almighty following by a barrel roll or a Yoda roll, and in one bounce. So it's a double flip, starting on almighty and then going to barrel or Yoda. And only a few people in the world have done it, and one of them is Davis.
You just gotta love how casually he pulls out a massive double back Yoda as his trick as part of his combo, not even being his big trick. And then he just shows up with this. Like, incredible. Alright, let's see what Richie's got to offer.
I am excited to see his big trick. Double can of soup. Ooh. He came around but couldn't quite push it down. It looks attainable though. Will we see the double can of soup out of Richie? So the Holy Grail is coming up. It looks like it's attainable for him. He just missed the line on the Yoda. We've seen him pull doubles. Oh, it was there. It was underfoot. It was close. I think we could see that happen. And we are back over to Richard. We know we've got a can of soup coming up as they're locking in their big trick. So he landed it, but to seat. I'm not sure if that was actually his goal. I think it could be, to be fair. That looks like he was trying it in the first attempt, so I think that could count. But I don't know if he can try and pull the same trick to feet and be within the rules.
One more try of Holy Grail coming up. Let's see if he can stick it this time.
Whoa, he missed that one. Little information about the best trick rules. I think if you choose one trick, you have to stick to that trick. You are not allowed to change the trick, if I'm not mistaken. So, is this finished? I think we are. I think Richie has one more try. Probably he was trying to pull that trick to fit, and he couldn't on the last try. Let's see if he can do it now.
I feel like he might have been trying to pull it to feet, but we will see. I think he was just trying to land it. I'm not sure if it would be harder actually landing it in seat. It could be. In a weird way, like you've got more adjustment capabilities. With a hanging leg, maybe not, but still a huge trick to be going for. Well done, Richard. It's more points to land your big trick than to not, so. We will see. The points should be coming through soon for you, as we had a description of the judging criteria from Joshi. We hope you're informed on what the points are likely to be, and please leave a comment on who you think won that round. I think I know who, but do you?
About the lines question, the lines are the same as much as they can be. The only thing that changes is the tension to the athlete preference. And another thing about our warm-ups and training routine is that they are trying to give us, all of the athletes, the same time to train, the same sessions, to make it as fair as possible. So we are waiting for the announcement of the result. Is gonna Davis pass to the next round, or Richie gonna pass to the next round? And we have two more battles coming, two exciting battles. We have David Sacalomo versus Emil, and we have Ian Eisenberg versus Sebastian Basti. Crazy things coming. Keep on waiting, guys.
So, we have Alexian moving to the next round. He will be up against David or Emil. Both really strong trick liners, really consistent. Everyone here has huge tricks in the bag. So, who knows? Anything can happen, as we saw in the Speedline. I look forward to seeing the developments that happen online here. So we've got some athletes for you in the room from the competition. If anyone is interested to ask Raf or Alexian any questions, feel free to drop us a comment and they will get back to you personally as they're in the room. So if you want to ask Raf or Alexian any questions, I mean, I would ask them, how'd you land that shit blind? Like, I mean, you landed on it and you just landed it. Was that even a plan to do it blind? He didn't even plan to do it blind. He was just following the Jedi Master steez and pulled it out. Yeah, I mean, you had to improve it, and you did. I mean, but your first landing, I think that's one of the cleanest landings I've ever seen on a highline trick. Like, you literally landed chilled, upright, and just, like, it looked like you had just, I don't know. So, yeah, I'm not surprised you landed it blind. You've got that. Yeah, you've got that dialed. So, epic work, bro. Epic work. So, please do drop us a comment if you have any questions for Raf or Alexian while they're in the room. Do you want to take a seat, Raf? And
before we do, shall we look at the results from the last match? Because they seem to be in.
Ooh, I'll pass you over to Joshi here to drop the results.
Yes, so the results are just in, and we have here, I'm not sure if it's on a live stream and live commentary already, decided who is winning, but I have the results here already, and I can just sum it up. And for the difficulty, Davis clearly took like the lead and got the full 45 points, and Richard got in comparison 15 points. That's like still a lot, it's just because Davis was so strong in his tricks. Like Richard is like compared to this like with 15 points for the difficulty. Then for the combo points, Richard was stronger. He got overall 18 points and Davis 15 points. Style and control. Also, Richard was slightly in front of Davis with 18.5 points versus 17.5 points for Davis. And the wow factor, Davis took the lead again with a 5.25 points versus 1.5 of Richard. For the best trick, Davis didn't stick his trick, so he got no points for this. And Richard got 4 points for his double kind of soup to sofa kind of. And yeah, so the overall points are Davis got 81.75 points with Richard with 57 points, so Davis should took the win.
So that is David Hermes from America taking the win. And we've had a question come in for Alexian. How many days do you train a week and how long are your sessions?
The response is simple, not enough. No, I'm mostly like training like 1 week super hard and then 1 or 2 weeks of rest doing other sports. I'm like not training every week, but when I'm training, I can do 1, 2 or 3 sessions and staying at least 4 hours on the line. It depends. In 1 session or in 3 sessions, it depends. But yeah.
Nice, thank you for the answer. We also are hearing that the commenter's girlfriend says she loves you and you guys. Amazing work, and she wants to ask what it takes to be such a great freestyler. I'll pass that one on to Raf, the original Jedi freestyler.
Wait, what is the question? Well, I have no idea. It's not for me, it's for Alexian, no, is it? Oh wow. Oh wow, that's very kind. I don't know. I guess it's you have to be stubborn and quite stupid, and go for it like very like repetition, like the last. That's the thing I'd say. I don't know.
Alexian, what is it you think it takes to be such a great freestyler?
It's about dedication and passion. Like, I think I'm a good freestyler because it's been like maybe 5 or 6 years I'm training and I really like this practice, and yeah, you just need to dedicate yourself to this passion.
So we've also had a question, what is the altitude like for affecting the difficulty? To be honest, the altitude affects the difficulty of walking upstairs here. So what do you freestylers think on the difficulty of the altitude? It is real, I can promise you.
Yeah, the first days we really felt the altitude, especially on the training. But yeah, it's mostly for long combo, your cardio is affected. But after the few days being here, sleeping at this altitude, it feels like we kind of acclimate ourselves. And during the battles, you have the adrenaline going on, so it's not really a problem for a 2-minute run.
And Raf, please answer this. Your feelings on the altitude?
Yeah, I've not been training so much past weeks because I got an injury. So when I arrived for the first training session, I was basically dead after an half an hour. Like, it took me an hour and a half to basically recover. So it is hard, but then you get used to it.
Thank you. We also have another question asking, how the hell do you find your balance blind? Is it just practice, or the body learns new proprioception skill, or do you actually place your awareness somewhere in your body? I think this is best going to Raf first, as he is a blind line master.
Yeah, like always, I think you gotta put your brain in your feet. That really helps. That's you will feel sort of like, actually it kind of helps like focusing on one trick to do it blind, because then you really understand where the weight is going in which feet, and that helps, I guess. I cannot really concentrate because I see the live stream and those people throwing crazy shit at the same time, so sorry if it's not so clear.
So we do have the athletes warming up for you here. So
Richard, he's the best at his style, and if you've ever seen him on a water line, you know he's the best at what he does.
Awesome. Both these guys showing so much love.
So we have the athletes warming up here. They should be starting very soon, but hopefully we can get a quick answer out of Alexian on how he feels about landing blind tricks.
The thing is, I don't do blind freestyle at all. I used to do a bit of blind walking, and I was not super good at it. It felt like super intense in the head. But the thing is, like, you train so much and you get some tricks so like perfect, then doing them blind is like you don't even have to think about what you do. You just do what you know how to do. I think it's about proprioception, and at this level, yeah, you can do, I think a lot of athletes can do crazy tricks in blind, for sure.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good answer there from the guys, and we are soon to start the next round here. So we have David, known as Slacker, on the line, and Emil Brewer as well. So these athletes are two of the strongest athletes I have ever seen in freestyle. They both have the ability and power to pull tricks out of nowhere, and awesome style points as well. I'm particularly excited to see this battle. I think it's, yeah, anyone's game really, as they both have the capability to land huge tricks. Emil was the first person, I think, to recently land a triple. Yeah, but a triple back had been done by... Yeah. So the triple back has been landed, and now Emil also did the triple front. So they are getting ready to start, I think. We have just had Davis walk into the room. So if anyone has any questions for Davis, the winner of our last round, please do feel to drop them in the comments. But enjoy the live show. Emil is starting here with big powerful bounces. Cheeky grab. Straight into a rocket. Where's he going to take it? Oh, Darth Vader's so close to being held. Epic work. Really close. And just got spit out at the end. I love those leash falls with full power, close to landed. Slackamo stepping up. He is so exciting as a freestyler. This man really does fly. All the stees. All the big moves. Oh yeah. Dropping into butt, taking it back to feet, straight into Yoda, drops into rocket, pops up. Where's he taking this? Back to mount, can't quite bring it to feet, and he's going to stop his run. So we're going back to Emil here. So Emil stepping up. I'm going to pass the mic over to Davis to give some commentary.
And Emil with the, another try at the Darth Vader, so close. I know he wants that trick. He respects David a lot, and his goal is just to give David a run for his money and scare him. David is very good at a Darth Vader as well, so I know he wants to land that trick so that he forces David to do it as well. David with so much style, so much flow. It's, you know, even if it was a blacked out picture, you would know which athlete it is just because his style is so unique to him. Super fun to watch. Rocket. Almost defeat, ends up in Korean, stands and ends his run.
showing some originality out there. Emil, you have 1 minute 30 left.
I just love to see those long leashes. I remember when trick lining or freestyle highline started and everybody was on these mega short leashes, and now they're on these huge long ones. I love it.
Yeah, so that's an evolution for the bigger tricks. So you've got space to have a little bit more movement, to have twist capabilities and get the leash out of the way. Emil landing some super clean style there. Very nice. Bagging some tricks, is throwing the Darth Vader. I think will come a little later. So David stepping up. What kind of big tricks are we going to see out of him now? He's landed some consistency, some style. Almighty, super clean into a big rocket and the Darth Vader. Oh! That's so close. He had his knees over it and then just got spat out at the last second. There is so much power in these slack lines that holding through these big old bounces takes a lot of commitment and a lot of stability.
Even when you get your feet on and you're straight, it's not a guarantee that you're able to hold on to it. What a battle for the Darth Vader it has been this run. I wonder who's going to land it first.
So Emil took a quick leash fall there, and we're going to see Slackamore step up.
Your time starts now. 35 seconds left, David.
This man is an animal for freestyle. So consistent on such big tricks. Smart drop there, keeping the combo going, because he can. Sometimes you just get tangled in the leash and there's not a lot you can do. It's one of those things that happens. It's why leash management is so important. But with big old tricks, you can't always keep an eye on it. So Emil's stepping up again, seeing some big bounces out of him, so much power, into sofa drop with some style. Oh yeah, spinning out of it. Ooh, taking it back to feet, but saving it with a rocket, keeping the combo going. Straight into Yoda, straight into back Yoda, and he bags the combo. That's what we wanted to see. Keeps David on his toes, as we don't want to give him an easy run. We want to see some big tricks out of the animal.
We still got David going. David Sacalomo from Spain. What's he's gonna do now? He's getting some amplitude. Wow, stylish drop. Never mind, Macaco. Drops to rocket again. Supersonic. He lands it. Yes. And stops right there. Nice. Little background check on the athletes. David Sacalomo, David Palomo, aka Sacalomo, is from Spain, Sevilla, and lives in the Canary Islands. We go to Emil from Germany, Freiburg. He's going for the double front Jordan. He get it. Wow, super clean. Wow, so we got two guys from the Pandemic Open. Actually, David was the first winner of the Pandemic Open, and Emil was the third place of last year's Pandemic Open. And I have to say about Emil, I met him last summer, and from last summer to now, he progressed so much. What he's gonna do now? Drop to rocket. Darth Vader, let's see what he got it here. Oh, he almost got that one. He wants it so bad.
So close. The Battle of the Vaders is still ongoing and undecided. I can't wait to see what's going to happen next.
So if there's any members of the public who aren't so familiar with the slackline community, we love our Jedi references in slacklining. So a lot of the slackline tricks are named after Jedi masters, and also, we have Turn to the Dark Side in freestyling as well, that
I think it takes that kind of rage and motivation to land some of these tricks. So we've also named things after the Sith too, which personally I love to see. It brings balance to the Force. Almighty, straight into back Yoda, and he holds it. He holds it. Such consistency there from Emil. He's making up for those Darth Vader attempts, and I think we'll probably see more. If it isn't landed, I'm sure it's going to be the big trick. So Emil has 11 seconds remaining in his run. We will see what he does in 11 seconds. I've got a guess. It starts with Darth and ends with Vader. So, getting that big amplitude needed for big tricks. Comes down to Rocket, and he throws it. And oh! So close. So close. Yeah. So, brilliant runs from the two athletes. Emil hunted the Darth Vader. Hunted it with passion. I'm sad to see he hasn't landed it, but he does have big tricks in the bag. But he's got some bigger tricks, hasn't he? So, I think we could see anything come out of these two. We've had supersonics out of David in combo. We've had doubles. Both athletes landed doubles? Supersonics are double. So please drop us a comment. What big trick do you think these athletes might be throwing? And we're going to have athletes in all day for you, so if you have any questions, please do feel free to ask away. It's a great opportunity to learn more about Highline Freestyle, where you can start, how you can learn, and I think watching it is one of the most important things, that we can learn the body mechanics through seeing it, and then seeing it here live, I think gives a beautiful expression of how dialed in these athletes are at such technical moves. So they are now taking a quick break, and we will see their big tricks coming up. These are big guys, and they could have some of the biggest tricks come out of the bag here. I see. Emil's being told to wait a second. He's obviously a little bit keen. The altitude does not stop this man. He is a machine with all of the style. So, please drop us a comment. Ask any questions.
As we wait, a little bit of trivia. What was the first Star Wars themed trick? Was it the Luke Skywalker? Yeah, right. Yeah, it's not a trick that's really commonly landed anymore, I must say, but it has gone down recently. I've heard by some freestylers, right? Wasn't it an American trick liner?
Yeah, trick liner. Yeah.
Right.
Because you need like
Eric, right? Yeah, Eric Hake has landed that. Shout out to him. So let's see what he's gonna try. Is he gonna try to conquer the Vader, or is he going for something else? Whoa! A triple Yoda. What a huge trick. So close. Unbelievable. So, up to Sakalomo to step it up. See what he's going for.
Emil is risking it for the biscuit. Let's go Sakalomo. What he's got in his bag. That he's got. He's getting some amplitude. He drops to never mind. He's going for the Macaco to feed. He goes the Macaco to feed. First try. Look at him. So easy, so chill. How can he do that so easily? Let's go. Come on.
Dust off the shirt on the landing. What glorious.
So that just shows the consistency. First time on your big trick. What is he going to do next? Is it going to be bigger? Is it going to be blind? And I'm so glad we get to see more triple attempts. So we've got more style execution from David and more huge amplitude and spin from Emil. The triple front Yoda, thought elusive, but oh, that just shows the intensity he has to throw it at, that it can come straight out on the initial throw. He's got to start it early. Oh, and look what we have here, a treat for the ladies and gentlemen.
I feel like our previous Jedi Master has set a nice theme here for what you have to do if you first try your hardest trick.
So, we are going blind here. Does he have the muscle memory? Can he just... Oh, it was close. It was close. Wow. Epic proportions of commitment coming out of the athletes. Even though we all know highlining is safe, falling into the leash is sometimes a bit of a ride. Throwing these big tricks can result in some serious G-forces in interacting with the line or the leash, so they're definitely risking themselves with these big tricks, but with the consistency of building up the tricks slowly but surely, it gives them an ability to be able to throw such big tricks with consistency and safety. But as you can see from the big falls, there are some G-forces involved in getting spat out from highlining, but falling into the air is relatively safe. So freestyling is pretty much all done on highlines now, that we cannot do it in the park because it's too dangerous. So that is why we all highline now.
Little synchronized finish here. Let's see what they're up to. Are we gonna... The Battle of the Vedas have been settled.
And they bring balance to the force. Just shows the epic level of skill in these guys. Synchronized difficulty of epic proportions.
So I want to say a fact about David because I know him better than Emil. I went to visit him in Gran Canaria in January when the guy was doing his famous 30 days combo challenge. He was posting every day a super hard combo. And I remember, like, this is for the question from before, like what it takes to reach this level. So I remember the guy works as a rope access. So he works in his normal job. He came to train 2 hours on the line, non-stop training hard. After freestyling hard, he went to the gym. Like, I could not believe that. The guy is crazy. And he was non-stop, like 30 days challenge. All of this during the 30 days challenge. For the people who have seen the challenge, the tricks of the challenge, you know what I'm talking about.
Just incredible. What a finish to this battle. Man, unbelievable. To both try it a couple of times in the battle and not land it, and then do it together at the end. What a beautiful finisher.
Yes, I'm so happy for them to that they landed it together. It's like amazing to land tricks together, and especially in the end of such a battle, because we all like love each other. It's like we are all friends, basically. And even though if you're kind of serious in the battle and you want to win, you're also like super happy when you when the other person lands something, and the best is when you land something together and you just can be both happy about your performance and you just gave your best, and it's amazing feeling.
So do not go anywhere, because we have a hell of a battle coming up for you now.
We have Ian Eisenberg, the creator of tricks. He has put so much energy and effort into freestyling for the past few years. He's raised the game so that everyone else can push forward, raise the stoke, raise the level, and raise the creativity. So many tricks have been set by this man that he is becoming a true legend of slacklining, and I cannot wait to see him battle Sebastian Egger, who has so much Swiss efficiency in his movements that it's dialed, it's clean, it's consistent, it's creative. So he really could be giving Ian a run for his money.
It's going to be an interesting match for sure. Basti's been out of the running for about 8 months. He's been injured for a while, so he's getting strong back into it. But you're right, like both of them have such a history of doing firsts. I mean, Basti was the Sebastian Basti. He was the first to land the back almighty, the hands in the pocket almighty, and the double almighty. So. And the double back almighty. So to call him, and the one bounce almighty. So to call him Mr. Almighty, I don't think is a weird thing to say. So, you know, the battle of the legends. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. So Richard's just stepped into the room. If anybody got any questions for Richard, then put them in the comments.
So, please do stay with us, and if you have any comments, please do let us know. We've had one from the main organizer of the Freestyle World Championships, well, the Highline World Championships here, from Thomas Buckingham, letting us know that the length is between 62 and 65 meters. And the tensions are between 2.2 kilonewton and 2.7. So the heavier athletes can prefer their higher tensions if that is their preference. So Richard, I was looking at David. How did you feel about your run? Did you enjoy yourself? How did you feel things went?
I was really enjoying myself, as I think it was a great challenge to compete against Eve, and it was really great to see how the younger athletes pushing the limit that high, and as oldest competitions athlete, I'm really happy to be one of them.
You did an epic job, especially landing your big trick. Well played, and we weren't sure it was the plan initially to take it to feet.
No.
Do you think it is harder or easier to land it sitting or to feet? Because we weren't sure, to be honest, because it's almost, you've got more stability and adjustment on feet sometimes.
Well, all my tricks I try to do it with a second bounce, with a between bounce that I have the lines near me to grab it if I fail. So I try not to do a leash force. All my trick is set up so that I don't do a leash force.
That is a smart move, especially for consistency and competition. So I understand your logic. Well played there, and feel free to ask Richard any questions you have, and feel free to ask the athletes any comments as well.
I must say, Richard, it makes a lot of sense, because I've seen you play out in the waterlines in Zurich, and it's such a fun time to just watch you flip and spin, and you look so light out there. It's incredible, and having a focus on not whipping makes sense when you're out over the water, and it's a swim to get back on the line.
So the athletes now have 5 minutes for warming up. You can see the kind of tricks they will be throwing to get calibrated, and as you see, straight in with the consistency from Basti, in throwing some nice tricks to feet, straight into Yoda. Little pop off there.
We've also had a comment, which I think Joshi will be good at answering, which is, what is the wow factor marked on? I did hear the answer, but I think you could answer it better than me, and it's kind of for me it's like the unexplainable, the unexpected, but please give your interpretation of what the wow marking is for, Yosh.
Well, the wow factor is pretty much up to the judges. If they think there's something happened which is like really make them wow, make them like saying, wow, that was crazy, and therefore they give like a wow factor. And each judge, like normally like the four judges judging the run are like having all their own job, like what they're looking for. So 1, 2 for the difficulty, 1 for the combo, 1 for the style, and so on. Is for the wow factor. It's like everyone is giving their vote on and saying, okay, good, that was he deserves like from 0 to 10 points in the wow factor. Yes, and also like the results are in from the previous one. I think we didn't mention them yet, as far as I remember. So this one was actually the closest one so far from the results. And for the difficulty, Emil takes the win in the difficulty, so he got the full 45 points for difficulty, versus David is taking 35 points for the difficulty. Combo, Emil had 13 points versus 19.5 points for David. And control and style, there was like David showed like a really strong one, really stylish, really strong, really consistent, and got like really strong 20.5 points for the control and style category. Emil had like with a lot of leash falls, not that high of a control value, even if his style was high. He gets overall only, let me just do the quick calculation, 9.5 points for the control and style. Wow factor, Emil got like a really high score, 5.5. I think that was the highest wow factor we saw so far in the quarterfinals. So 5.5 points, really high. David got 3.75, still really solid. For the best trick, even if Emil didn't land like the triple Yoda, he got quite close to it and got still 5 points for this best trick, versus David got 15 points for his Macaco to feet, which is like a really strong trick. So the overall result is like Emil got 78 points and David got 94 points, 0.7. So David takes the win and goes to the semifinals.
So well done, David. And as you can see here, we've got these guys warming up for you nicely. Feel free to ask us any more questions. We did go through how the scoring actually works about 20 minutes ago, so we won't run through that again. But as you can see, the criteria just popped up on the screen, and as we explain the results, it should give you an idea of how the judging is being done.
A bit earlier in the comments as well, there was a link dropped with a deeper explanation about the scoring system. So feel free to scroll up a little bit and find that up there.
We've also had a question, what is the best length for freestyle and for tensions? And Thomas answered the length we have here, but I would also say that depends on the athlete. So I know athletes that prefer longer lengths, I know some prefer shorter, and everyone prefers different tensions. So it does come down to preference a little, and it's why we have slight adjustments in the lines here. Emil just stepped into the room, so if you have any questions for the Yoda Master, please do ask away. I would like to ask you, how did you feel about your run, bro? How did it go?
Yeah, it made a lot of fun, and that's for me the most important thing. Like the qualifying was really so stressing. I didn't feel well the last day, and actually that's really not at all what slacklining is about for me. And so I'm super happy that now I could just like have fun doing things. Yeah, battle with David is always like, I did it once before, it was fun too. And so I'm super happy I could have fun. I landed nice combos, I think. Not when you come out of the run, you don't know what happened, but I'm just super happy about it. Yeah.
It was an absolutely epic playtime battle. That the consistency of throwing that Darth Vader with so close, you landed on it so many times. I'd like to have seen the scores if you'd landed on them and done other tricks. I think you could have got very close. You did very well. I think it was only the leash falls that, so you definitely gave David a run for his money, even though he seems a style and consistency master. As you've heard from his friends, he is an absolute animal when it comes to training. So he is hard to compete with, but you did well, bro.
Thank you very much.
Another question for Emil is, how long have you been training freestyle?
Yeah, actually it's only like 1.5 years, closely. And I started to train a lot and have my own perma-rig like a bit more than a year ago. And like the Pandemic Open challenge this autumn and winter on Instagram was more like my kickstart. Yeah.
Right, it seems like the athletes are starting. So Basti going for it. Starting with a nice bounce, the German machine.
So we have a back roll there, straight in, panic roll to feet, never mind, with a twist up, clean, and stopping his run. He was happy with that combo, so he locked it in. Smart move. So, Ian Eisenberg coming up representing the US. Straight in with the style and the stees. Spinning it out, kicks up. Down into chest. Roll straight up to feet. And into Korean. With some creativity, spinning back round. Locking in the tricks early on. Straight into Yoda, landed nice, and he locks in the combo. Beautiful work. So Basti's up with 1 minute 39 seconds left.
Okay, Basti's just coming out of an injury, and we're really happy to have him back because he's like a crazy machine. Super stylish. Oh, double 360 surfer roll, 360 double surfer roll, and catching it with a double roll. Actually, what he just did is one of my favorite tricks, so I'm really appreciating he's doing this also.
Epic work there. I mean, I can't compute personally how you can spin 360 and Yoda like that quick and that clean. We'll see what Ian steps up to here. Beautiful big bounces. An orbital there. Spins it round to sofa. Panic roll up to feet. Straight into Yoda, showing the consistency and locking in the combo. Ian is looking strong, not messing around. As Basti came third in the qualifiers and Ian is seeded 6th. So Ian knows he can't just throw the big tricks, he's got to go for consistency too. As Basti is a German machine. Hand pop into rocket. Bit of neck hold stees there. Straight up into shoulder. A difficult trick. Oh, to pull it to feet out of the roll. He is pushing it. May not look that difficult, but that's because he's making it look clean. That is an awkward trick. So Ian stepping up. I'll pass it over to you.
Ian has a lot of original style tricks, so it's actually really hard to name them because he's the only one doing stuff like this with a sweet 360.
I think that was actually a 360 flip, or the tray flip he just threw there, dropping into sofa with the double. Oh, on the flow flip, I think. Flow flip with the double sofa, nearly pulling it round. I think he's stopped his time. Basti's going to take a quick break. He's got 10 seconds if he needs it to just gather his breath and the line.
They seem to have a nice bit of shade out there as well right now, which I'm sure they're highly appreciating.
So big bounces from Basti with some no-handed stees there into chest drop. That's something else with a hangover clip in, because he can. He unclips it, but he doesn't quite get back up. He keeps the combo going by straight into back Yoda and locks it in. Creativity and wizardry, definitely. So what is Ian gonna step up to a return to that? We know he's got creativity in the bag. Straight into a nevermind to bring some bounce up. Catches it in Korean, and where's he going? Oh, little stylish kick to crook. And oh, the chest roll up spits him out. So close. So close, and that wasn't a chest roll out, it was up from the double drop knee, wasn't it?
Well, we're having a little, oh, no, never mind. Basti straight into it. Let's see what he's doing, starting an expo. The no-hand Basti stees is just great to see. Wow, to the leash fall. Flow flip to feet, but takes the whip. Little question for Joshi. Do the judges consider tricks that are performed switch?
Well, that's depends on the judges. But here we see now Ian preparing for something big, looks like it. Drops down to rocket. I guess he had some issues with his leash. Tangled in there, so he saves it with the rocket. Drops in again and goes for the supersonic. Yes, nice. He holds it with like a few struggles, but he locks it in. He gets his arms up to the course to show it, which is actually quite funny. I also participated already in this battle modes, and sometimes you land a hard trick and then you want to get as soon up as possible your arms to course to stop the time, and that's also the risky move. Maybe you wait one bounce more to be safe, not that you just risk a leash fall. Basti continues straight away. A nice 360 sofa spin to feet, back Yoda, and stops his time.
So you can see these guys gathering so many tricks in such a short space of time. They are locking in consistent combos again and again. They know every single point counts. I think this is one of the biggest battles that, yeah, I have no idea who's going to take it.
I can't even remember all the tricks that blended at this point. Oh, nice almighty.
Oh, nice almighty. Beautiful, beautiful. So Ian gets another clean big trick in. Super steez. What's Basti going to do as a reply? No-handed sofa steez into the 360 to feet. No hands again. This is not easy stuff he's throwing. Straight into a flow flip back to feet. And then a big bounce. Where's he going? Straight into an almighty mid-combo. He definitely can throw those out of nowhere. That is incredible. So Ian's calling out the one bounce almighty, I think. One of Basti's specialities, which he just wants to see. It shows the respect for the athletes that they're just out there having fun. So we've had an interesting question that is, do the judges consider tricks that are performed switch? And I don't think this has hugely gone into discussion yet. I know some freestylers do throw trick switch, and it is a thing, but I don't think that many freestylers are working switch other than Sam.
I did already some switch tricks, or I had like a period where I was working on switch tricks, and it's for the judges like difficult to see when I use switch, and I remember like the discussion with the judging meetings and so on, how do we deal with this, and I think we agreed on it that it's impossible for the judges to always remember which is your regular side and which is switch. So I think it's like this: if you actively do it like one side and then the other way directly afterwards, that you show, okay, can do it regular and switch, then you get extra points for this. Otherwise, it's like up to the judges to see if you are actually doing something switch. So that's like a really tricky point for the judges to actually remember, because it's not as easy as in snowboarding where you like one direction and the other direction, but you have multiple different starting position, which is not always like clearly regular or switch. It's like different spinning directions that can make a change already. So yeah, it's a difficult point for judging.
So yeah, this is something I've thought about as well, because you do have a real difficulty with slacklining, that you haven't just got standing forward with your strong stance, you've also then got standing in exposure. So it brings a multi-dimensional stance to slacklining that it means switch still exists and people have got preferred sides, but for judging I think it makes it particularly difficult. I wouldn't be surprised if it does become a thing, and what skateboarders used to do in the early days was roll one leg up or wear something on one side to show that they're switch side, and that kind of they lent into it. So that has been done in skateboarding. It could become a thing in slacklining. So yeah, good to see you bringing up the switch, as it's always good to balance the body and learn things on both sides. I definitely recommend it.
Alright, athletes are taking a chill on the line. I think as we're waiting for the big trick, right? Am I correct in that, chill? Yeah. So let's see what they're gonna throw out here. Do we have any more questions? So there's another question: are the lines configured with a trick zone? Any split? Yeah, so to reiterate, all three lines have a red tube trick zone, which is stitched straight in to the main line. So, alright, Basti gets up and gets a nice reaction out of the crowd. We can hear it in here. Let's see what he's going to go for. I'm really interested.
Will it be a double almighty? Will it be something else? I just don't know. What do you think, Joshi?
Hard to say. We will see the next bounce. No, he's going for the whatever. So dropping into the leash and standing up. Yes, first try.
Whatever. Epic work. We brought up earlier that the Luke Skywalker used to be a trick. And this is technically a type of Luke Skywalker, but I love the name whatever, with the full stees and leashing. Just shows such control that he can get that first time. I guess we might just see it blind.
Basically has to happen at this point.
And he's getting ready for blinding it. So, Ian's big trick, what might he throw? Will I remember the name for it? Who knows? So, supersonic to feet. Ooh! That is big. He landed it in the competition. So I'm surprised he went for it as his big trick, but he's obviously got it on a consistency level. He's happy to throw it. Makes a lot of sense, as this is going to be all down to the points. It's going to be close.
And definitely, even though he landed it in the battle, it definitely still is a big trick. It's huge.
No doubt about that. When I first saw a supersonic, it was a thing of dreams. It really is a mind-blown trick. So that just shows how hard it is to be blind. That bouncing blind is difficult. It's just, yeah, it is a next level thing to land your tricks blind. So we shall see. In throwing up for the supersonic and pop. Clean as anything. He obviously has that trick dialed. Beautiful work there.
I love how you started to say clean as anything before he even properly stuck it, just because you could see the way he was coming in. You're like, nah, there's no chance he's not getting this.
You could literally see from the alignment he was coming down straight on top of that. Like, will he throw it blind though? And how is Basti's blind bouncing going? Can he create enough amplitude to wake his way up blind? We will soon find out. Oh! Definitely not the same deal to do that without seeing anything.
That must be such a hard trick to land blind as well, because you're really grasping for, into the void. Like, oh, where's the line?
So are we going to see more amplitude out of Ian? I think we might. Here it comes. Super! Ooh! Supersonic with a twist. That is epic. I love how he just threw another trick rather than trying to land it better. Showmanship to the maximum. Beautiful work, guys.
It's almost a bummer he didn't have a blindfold on it. Would have loved to see him try the supersonic blind.
So, Yosh, don't want to put you on the spot, but who do you think's got it?
I think this one is really difficult. It's really hard to say who got the harder tricks. Ian had some hard stuff in his one, so I guess he has like the slightly harder tricks happened, and Basti got a few leash falls, so he will get some penalty in the control factor. So I assume Ian will make this round slightly before Basti, but we will see what the judges are saying exactly. I think it will come in any second, the results.
I think it's too close to call. I couldn't say. I think it's going to be, what do you think, within a few points? I don't know. I think it could go either way. But yeah, Ian landing the supersonic, I think, could be all the difference. We shall see. Richard, what do you think? Who do you think would have taken that round for you?
I also can't say who's gonna take it. There's two wonderful, powerful highliner, and I'm really happy with both. Can take this off.
And so this is why we've come up with good judging criteria, because it means judges can actually kind of take a step away, try and mark it without critical thinking, without thinking who's the better athlete, and actually make an informed decision on exactly what they saw with numbers down. It's obviously something that's always going to be difficult to create a perfect judging criteria. Who knows if it will ever exist. But thank you, Augustin and other athletes, for putting in the time to create this judging criteria. It's something that's been tweaked for many years in slacklining. We've taken aspects of other sports and tried to make something fair that is going to give freestylers something that doesn't halt their creativity and keeps the sport evolving.
Yeah, it's definitely also still an evolving thing, I reckon. I mean, we're going to see this more and more, and we're going to see how the judging system evolves over time as well, which is going to be really exciting. Like you said, maybe still by incorporating more switch staff and those kind of things. It's an interesting time for sure. Ooh, Mr. Ian looking at the camera.
So Yoshi, I personally think it's going to be a while before these scores come in. I know they came in quicker before, but when it's that nail-bitingly close, I think the judges have to take that little bit of extra time to make sure. So please do stick around, and we will see, hopefully, the results coming in very soon.
And we saw the athletes going in for a big hug, and the Speedline champion Benoit coming in as well, up there, highly stoked probably after what he just saw.
Yeah, I think you can see both athletes fully stoked on their runs. I think they both had really clean, consistent performances. So whichever way it goes, I think they can both be happy with themselves.
David and Alexian, they're gonna go against each other in the semifinal tomorrow. So what do you think?
I like port de chocolat.
So I'm trying to hear the background noise to see if we've got the results come through yet. I'm not sure. We're in a slight dead room here in ourselves that we're waiting for them to come through on a phone. But I don't think we've heard yet who's taking it. You can see the anticipation on their face. It doesn't look like someone celebrated. It looks like they're both computing what just happened.
Rehydrating and getting ready for the results. I mean, that must be quite some, excitement up there. Chatting about what just expired. I'm sure they're still processing it themselves as well.
So if you're only just tuning in, we are here in LAAX in Switzerland, up at the GALAAXY Hotel. This event has been put on by the Swiss Slackline Association, and it is the first Highline World Championships. And we had the Speedline earlier today, and then we are now in the Freestyle Highline first round from qualifiers. And then tomorrow we have more freestyling for you, and also the ladies freestyle competitions as well. I swear my tongue is actually getting tired.
Still no results yet, as we see the judges pull some nice juggling moves up there, at least Axel.
So we have a man with hands. So the results are coming in. We will read them out to you afterwards, but I think we're going to get Mark lifting a hand, so you should be able to see on the screen who the winner is imminently. It's a big deal, this one. Either athlete could be going through. Who do you think's got it? I don't know. I can hear the noise of excitement from everyone through many, many walls. Who's it gonna be? Oh, the anticipation. I think they might be waiting. I think Mark is just teasing us. Please drop a comment. Who do you think is the winner? So, what we've had here for you is the live, yes, this is live, Highline World Championships Freestyle. And this will decide who is going through to the semi-finals. And it could go either way. It looked like we were going to find out. We are on the edges of our seat here. I just want to know now. I did think this one was going to take a while for the results to come through. We had results in a few minutes pop through on every other performance, but this one is obviously being meticulously checked. Got a beautiful shot there of an orange from Radriggs. Bet Yoshi's happy to see that.
Also nicely padded leash rings, so that's a nice bit of safety for the athletes if they happen to hit that thing.
Don't forget, kids, always pad your leash rings.
Yeah, can be a nice thing. Leash rings can hurt if you get them in the wrong way, but, well, that's... Yeah, everyone thinks like it's not necessary until they got hit one time by a leash ring and then thinks, yes, I should pad my leash rings.
I once had a leash ring hit me in the shin, honestly felt like a dog had just jumped up and bit me. It took a chunk out of my leg. Literally a chunk. Yeah.
Was it a steel one or an aluminium one?
It was steel. Obviously.
That makes a big difference. I've had an aluminium one against my thumb once, and I was thinking, oh, if this was steel, I would have been broken for sure. They can come hard at you.
So Joshi, while we're waiting, we had a beautiful shot of the orange. Would you like to describe to us some of the benefits of this beautiful webblock development? Or webbing grab development?
Well, yes, I developed the orange over the last 4 years and started selling them a bit less than 2 years ago. And basically the advantage towards another webblock is the biggest difference is you can release actually tension. So normal weblocks, there is in one-way go, so you just can tension in one direction. And you need a second device, a so-called soft release behind it, which is a piece of webbing wrapped around it itself, where you can release tension safely. And the orange actually overcomes this thing by having like a mechanism inbuilt that you can release tension with the orange and you don't need the soft release anymore, which makes also your rig cleaner again, like one piece less which can fail. And yes, and then another thing is also like no slippage. All weblocks have like the issue that under cyclic loading, so if you bounce on a line, always like this change in tension on the line, which can be like between, so in a normal bounce session you have like these tensions between 1.5 kilonewton to 4.5 kilonewton, so reach a huge range of loads, and this can make like the webbing is slowly, piece by piece, millimeter by millimeter slipping out, which is first of all quite annoying because you lose tension on the line, and secondly it can get a really dangerous issue if like the tail is walking up the side and actually totally loses the grip, the webblock. And therefore usually you do a knot at the end to prevent this, but you still have like an initial slippage of like 3-4 centimeter until this knot is getting really engaged, so you lose a bit of tension. And all freestyler knows like 5 centimeter more in or less makes a difference in tension. And yeah, and the orange is solving this without a knot, and you have a clean rig, no slippage, you can release.
And Joshi, where can I get one of these beautiful weblocks?
Well, you can buy them on our website. That's like redrigs.co.uk, and if you search for it, you will find it. And yeah.
Oh, it looks like Ian's taking it. That must have been so close. I'm looking forward to the scores coming through. I think that was the time delay that I think there were only a few points in it. But yeah, I thought it could go either way. I'm glad Ian went through. The tricks he can throw are endless, and yeah, I can't wait to see more out of him. He's one of the most exciting athletes I could have ever imagined.
Seems like Yoshi's got the result right here. What's it saying?
Okay, so the results are freshly in. Came in like a couple of seconds ago, and for the difficulty, Ian is taking the lead with like the full 45 points in difficulty scale versus Basti with 37 points, so he's close behind in the difficulty. Combo score, Ian has been stronger with overall 18 points versus Basti with 14.5 points, so Ian is also stronger in this category. Then control and style, for the style both got like an insanely high score of Ian with 26.5 points and Basti with 28 points, but for the control Ian got only -4 deducted for control because he had only 1 catch and 1 leash fall, and Basti with like 4 leash falls he get -12 points for control, so there he loses off. Wow factor, both have like really high points, Ian with like 3.25 points and Basti with 4.5 points. And the best trick, they actually both got like the same score with like 14 points, so Ian for his supersonic and Basti for his whatever.
What a beautiful outcome. I must say, what a performance by an athlete who was out of the running for 8 months to come back with a score like that. I really think that's amazing. That's incredible to see.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier to see him back on the line, as Mr. Almighty definitely has a strong place in our hearts. Sad we won't be seeing more from him, but hopefully you might have some more Almighties to see. I'd like to see him throw a double for the camera. We'll see if we can get that blagged. And yeah, look forward to seeing more from Ian, as possibly the most creative slackliner to hit the freestyle scene. I think it couldn't be better. We're seeing more from him.
As we wait for whatever's going to happen next, another question for Joshi, I guess. The backup, it seems to be going into the orange as well, somebody asks. Is that true?
Well, yeah, I guess the orange was like there for a long shot in the video in the center, and the backup is not going into the orange. It's just like this pin outside of the orange. You can, if you want, hook in the backup there as well to just keep it in place, that the backup is not getting tangled around the orange. So that's like a nice option you can have. It's always like the question, do you want to have like the backup really close to your web lock, or you want to keep a bit of distance behind it? It's like a 50-50 question for me. In case of any theoretically failure of a web lock and sharp edges, you don't want to have your webbing really close to it. On the other side, if the backup is getting engaged, it will go anyway really close to the web lock. So in the end, it's like a nice feature to just keep it like a bit together, because that can be quite annoying if you have big loop around the orange and you have like some crazy tricks and the backup is getting wrapped around the orange. You have a big mess, and yes, and then in case of a Malian failure, you have like a lot of loops around hanging, and that's not really nice.
It's such a elegant piece of kit, in my opinion, really. I love that thing. That's cool. I've never seen that before, so that's amazing.
Just wanted to say thanks, Green Monkey, for your comments. And yes, I will be doing my very best to get some ladies in here for tomorrow, especially for the female freestyle championships, which I am even more excited to see, to be honest. So we've had our results, and we are going to drop the table for you tomorrow, I think. So that will soon be our sign-off point. You'll get to see what the lineup is looking like tomorrow. So while we're still online, if you have any other quick questions, feel free to ask. And we will be signing off soon for hopefully some line time. So, apologies for the person in front of the camera.
You're gonna get your speed jiggle on, Chill, or what are you gonna be up to?
So I'm hoping to have a little jiggle and a wiggle on the line with a drone, but you never know if that might actually happen. We might have a dance party. But yeah, as you can see here, we're gonna have such an exciting final tomorrow. So we've got David and Alexian. I personally think anything can happen in any of these competitions, so I would not like to make a guess who's going to win. And then we've got the Americans battling it out on the other side, Ian versus Davis. I am super excited to see. As you can tell by the points, we've got Ian pushing the points high at 102.75. And then Davis at 81.75. So I think anything could happen there. It's an impressive score out of Ian. And then down on the bottom left, we've got Alexian with 104 points, which isn't surprising to me with the quality of his run. And then a very respectable score from David at 94.74. So please tune in tomorrow for the female freestyle Highline World Championships and also the finalists from the males. It should be an action-packed day joining us up here in LAAX. Thank you for your time and hope you can tune in tomorrow.
That's Chill Bear and Yo Bear signing off.
Roll the joint. Bye.